to today's live coding sesh with me. Oh, hang on. Well, hello folks, hello everybody, and welcome to today's live coding sesh with me, David Connolly, the web developer extraordinaire. You're watching the home of the web development revolution, and it's Saturday, and that can only mean one thing, folks. That can only mean one thing. It's live coding day. Actually, I do this just about every day, and if you were a member of the channel, you'd know that. But Saturday's the one day where I like to just go and code live, at least, and make the thing public and all of that stuff. So in any event, today I'm going to be, and just so that you know the vibe, these live coding sessions are not tutorials. I see we've got a new GitHub star today. That's good news. It's always a good day. I just can see that. That's excellent. So anyway, these live coding sessions are not tutorials. You get to see real work. That means mistakes and all sorts of faffing about. Sometimes even learning stuff, you know. And I have some stuff that I would definitely like to learn. One of the things that I want to learn, I'm working on this comparison site, you know. Maybe I can show you that. And I think it's going really well. I'm hoping to have it finished by February the 6th. And, oh, it's really good. I'll give you a quick preview. So if I choose a make, a model, and let's say a saloon, we go like this. Then we would say I want it for 2 years, I want it for that amount, and I want to pay 3 deposits. And then you do that. Now check this out. This is going to start fetching real deals from the web. It's found 7 so far. But then what it does is really cool. It says, you want me to also check to see if there's any outstanding deals for a similar vehicle. So in this example, I had selected a BMW, but maybe there's a good deal on Mercedes, you know, or something like that. So that's what this is all about here. And that's what I think I'm going to be working on. So let's just get straight to it. And do you see how it says, if you choose yes, I'll still show you the results for the XXX search? That's going to be my opening salvo today, right? So let's just do that. And we're on line 12 here. We're on line 12. Okay, here we go. So here's line 12. Now, obviously I need to figure out what the make is. So I'm going to go to live deals, check for specials. Whoops. Okay. Now. Okay, I can see that we've got a record object here. Now, I am going to have a closer look at this record object and refresh, and I can see that we've got make title and we've got range title. Okay, so let's just save, go back here. Okay, so we'll take make title, right? So let's just say data make title is record object loading up make title. And right here, we're going to chuck in make title. And instead of the make title search, I'll say your make title search. And there it is. Okay, it's ahoy, ahoy to Stefan Hummel, who joins us here. Welcome, Stefan. really great to see you, man, and I hope you're doing well today. Do let me know if you're working on something. I assume when I do these tutorials that you're working on your own stuff. So is it anything interesting? And like I say, for anyone who's new here, this is not a tutorial. It's just me bungling about. And the reason why I do these live tutorials, and I do them every day, the reason why is because web development can be a little bit lonesome, you know? And sometimes I think it's good to just, you know, you don't have to code alone, right? You don't have to code alone. So that's pretty much the vibe. Now let me do a little get add all, get commit okay, I'll just say tweet to search for similar page. I know what it means. Alright. Anyway, so we've now got this vibe. Do we want to search similar vehicles or not? I'm gonna focus a wee bit on this check for specials page here, right? So let's have a look at this, shall we? Now that's on, if you look down the bottom left, it says it's on live deals / check for specials. Oh, gee, I hit the wrong button there. Alright, so here's live deals. Here's check for specials. And the vibe is, you can see that we've got a thing here where if you say searching, it actually gives you a different view file. So what I'm going to do is let me think here. Okay. I'm going to make a thing called build searching specials status. And let's have a look here. We have a search token. We have a record object. Let me take this record object. Okay, so I'm going to head down here. I'm going to say hi. So do you want to check? Yes, we do. Okay, excellent. Now let me just JSON this record object. It gives us something like this. So there's a thing when we search for deals with this particular site. When you do a search, this is what goes into the database. And we have a column called search status. Now, search status has got what's called a provider. That's a company who's providing deals. And then we've got the number of deals that the provider has found, you know. So I'm going to add 2 columns onto this table. And I am making this up as I go along, you know. But that's okay. Doesn't have to be perfect first time. Alright, so here's my site here. Now I'm going into this live searches is the name of the table. I'm going to, now do you see how that's got accepting quotes now? And we've also got search status. So let's go to structure. We're going to add 2 columns. I'm going to call this accepting specials now. And the table that we had there was called search status. I'm going to call this one specials status. Specials, right? This is going to be a text field. This is going to be an integer with a default value defined as 0. And let's just give this one an empty string. And we'll save it. Perfect. Now, even though I've added defaults in here, I don't like depending on defaults to get out of the starting blocks, you know? So I want to find the part where it adds the accepting specials now. I think I know where it is. I think it's here. Okay, here it is right here. So let's take those two fields that we just worked on. So we've got accepting specials now. I'll give that 0. And I'll say specials status. And that's going to be a 0 as well, okay? So what this all means is that we should be able to do this. Now, just for the moment, let's do a wee 7 and a little X. And we'll do the search again. So it's fetching quotes. Here we go. Now, just so you know the vibe, I suppose I should talk about other things because this is probably meaningless. I have this thing which is, you know, I have this strange sense that time's running out. It probably is. So what I try and do every day, and this is I'm not being a self-help coach here, I'm just telling you what my vibe is, right? But I've kind of got two vibes for the year. One is that when I start something, I finish it. This is rule 1 of the year, you know? When you start something, you finish it. But the other rule is that when I wake up, I spend 3 hours working on a dream project. And everybody has one, you know? I've got about 200 of them. So right now, it's this. Hopefully this will be done in a few weeks and I'll move on to something else. But I think that if you spend 3 hours just working on something that's yours, you know, instead of lining somebody else's pockets, I really think that it can only be good, you know. So I'm going to try this maybe for a few months and we'll just see how that all goes, you know. So that's your vibe, and the vibe is good. Now, with this all being done, I am going to do this search one last time here. Okay. Now, believe it or not, what you're looking at is a mistake. And the mistake is it shouldn't be searching and getting all of the same deals again, you know. But in any event, we'll come on to that later. Right now, we've got this vibe here. So, do you see how we've got, if I zoom you in, do you see how we've got a search status thing going on, right? So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for that search status. And now you can see right here, we've got build. There it is right there, actually. There it is right there. Perfect. So, we've got check for specials. Blah, 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 blah. So let's go here. Check for specials. And here's where we are. So we're going to say this module, quotes boss, and then the name of our new column is specials status. Okay, so specials status. Accepting quotes now is going to be 1. Oh, hang on. It's accepting specials now. Accepting specials now is going to be 1. But you see the one that says accepting quotes now, which is back here? I am going to set that one to 0. Okay, that's good. Okay, so that's what we do. Now, do you see the page where we landed a minute ago? It was right here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna, now that I've had a look at this, set to no longer accepting quotes. I think I'm going to do that. So I'm going to just say live searches data accepting quotes now is 0. Now we do have a record object. There it is, it's got an ID, right? And we know that our update ID is the record object loading up ID. So I'm going to just say this model, let's just say update. We'll pass in the update ID. We'll pass in the let's call it live searches data. Accepting quotes now is 0. So I'll pass in live searches data. And the table is live searches. There we go. So I'm saying I'm no longer accepting quotes. There you go. Thank you very much and God bless America. That's probably the right way to do this, you know. So that means that when I go here, I don't think I should have a need to change this. Okay, so let's do one of these searches again and just see how far we can get, right? And I'll keep an eye on the database as we're doing this. So it's gonna be, I hope my sound's okay, by the way. Anyway, it's gonna be I'll stick with this car because I know that it works. So here we go. Good. Now let's look at the database here. Excuse me. Okay, so here on the database, damn it, it shouldn't be 1. It should not be 1. Damn. Give me a minute. Give me a wee second here. Right, I'm stumped. Where the hell is my table update code? Live, searches, data, there you go. So it was on live deals, line 23. Anywhere else? Line 40. Live deals. Okay, I think I got my wires a wee bit crossed there. I think I totally got my wires crossed. This part here. Aye, I did. I completely got mixed up. So this part should have gone here. There we go. Now I'm going to just echo OK with a little die statement. Going to refresh. You can see that it says OK, and if we browse our data, you can see that accepting quotes now is 7. Is 0 rather. If I change it to 88, we get OK. We browse and you see that it's changed to 88, so that's good, right? Now what that does is, this is doing live checks on websites, you know, but before those websites do the checks, they're going to check this accepting now thing. Are we still accepting quotes, you know? And all I'm doing here is I'm saying, look, let's set accepting quotes now to 0, so we're no longer accepting new quotes. That's what that means, right? And there you go. Perfect. So that is going to give us our page that says, do you want to check similar deals, which looks like that. 2 seconds. Alright. Yeah, I flooded the kitchen a couple of weeks ago. Thank you, Stefan. I really appreciate that. I flooded the kitchen a couple of weeks ago, and it's left me with some kind of strange flood phobia. And every 10 minutes I rush into the room to see if I've left the tap on or something. It's bizarre. I hope it goes away. Well, actually, I hope I don't flood any kitchens again. Alright, so now that we've figured out that thing, we've got this vibe where we say, do you want to see if there's an outstanding deal for a similar vehicle? Now if they say no, it will take them to the results. If they say yes, then it's going to take them to this page here. So what I'm doing now is searching special status. Now, I want to tell you something, and I think that this is quite interesting what I have to say here. Let me have a swig of this coffee and I'll tell you something. On YouTube, there's a lot of videos with academics saying, and academics, did I say academics? Not academics. Code police, self-appointed aficionados, middle-aged guys parading around on stage telling us that if we don't do it their way, then we're not doing it right. They shall remain nameless, but you've seen the videos and they were saying things like, don't do comments. Your code should be so clear that you don't even need comments. So for example, here's a little thing called building searching specials status. I could do a comment like that says something like, since we are now going to be looking for specials, let's set the status. Right? I could go like that. Let's set the special status. And every single person watching this video is probably, even if you have no clue what the code does, you're probably thinking, well, why the heck would you say that? Why would you say that? Because the thing says building searching special status. We could kind of figure it out. Maybe you could rename that and make it a better name. Maybe you could call it set special status. Alright, let's do it then, right? So we've said set specials status. Alright, fine. Set specials search status. There's even clearer, right? As clear as you get. And why would you do that? Well, the self-appointed, yeah, those guys, they would tell you that this is stupid. And you're stating the obvious. And don't do this. Your code should be so clear that you don't need to do this. But I said a long time ago that they're wrong. Because they have not coded for 26 hours straight on YouTube, and I have. And when you do the amount of hours that some of you folks do, and I know that I'm not the only one, I know that we are in the presence of giants. We have incredible people who come to this channel. We've got an AWS programmer and people like Simon, who's been doing this for over 20 years, and there's some really, really great developers out there. And I know what you guys are like. You guys do long hours and hard work. And when you're doing that, if a wee comment can give you focus, if it can just have that, there's what we're doing. I don't give a rat's ass if it's obvious. Do it, And the funny thing is, I'd said this about a year ago, and just the other day on YouTube, I saw a very, very popular YouTuber who shall remain safely anonymous because he's not mentioning me. But I saw a very popular YouTuber saying exactly the same thing. Do the comments, It's okay to do those comments. And it's just nice to see that somebody else out there agrees, I think the golden rule of web development is do what makes you feel good. Just do what makes you feel good and you'll be alright, That's it. I think actually that's been the main lesson of the last 2 years, you know what I mean? I mean, generally. Anyway, let's just move on, shall we? So we're asking, do you want to search for specials? And we're building up this data array here. Now, we don't need to do accepting quotes now because we've already done that. But I am going to do a little JSON here to see what this looks like. And aren't we glad that we did that? So, that was an error with this. And this should be calling a module by the name of quotes boss. There you go. Perfect. So what this does is it looks at the pool of providers. That's the pool of companies who are involved in this. And each and every one of those providers gets a record. It's kind of difficult to see. But we've got a provider ID, a provider code, and is this provider finished? And that's actually all we need. If we look at the table itself here, we've got one of those columns here as well for the general search status. So when we're on the page and it says found 7 deals, it's reading this. That's how it works, you know. That's how it works. Now, this is looking pretty darn good. I like it, and I hope you like it too. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, and again, patronizing code. Look, watch how simple this is. Update ID is record object loading up ID. I'm going to say this, model, update, passing in the update ID, passing in the data, and let's update live searches. Again, this is caveman coding. Some of you geniuses would have done this, and you would have saved a line of code. You would have. If that's what you want to do, go ahead. Be my guest. But I like coding in a way that makes me feel good, and that makes me feel good. Is it patronizing? Excellent. 10 out of 10 for me. I like code that's ridiculously easy to read, you know. That's the vibe. Now, that's going to update the database. Let's now figure out what happens after that. So we set the specials status. Then it's going to load up a view file called check for specials. Let's bring up check for specials here. Now you can see just from having a glance, it's another one of these waiting pages. So we've got a nice wee graphic that's going to rotate around the screen, and it's going to do its thing and eventually take us to a search results page. Now let me do a search for window.href. Here we go. So I want to look at this part here, and I'm going to just say console.log redirect Ahoy. I don't want it to redirect right now. I just want to work on the page itself. Alright, so here we go. Pardon me. So this is our waiting page. Now, to give you an idea of what's happening and to explain this, it's a comparison site. This is an industry, this car industry, that I know a wee bit about. In the UK, there's currently probably only 2 companies that could legitimately be called comparison providers, or they've got comparison sites. I know how they work. They work by asking the customers. I did not expect that to happen. Give me a minute. Yeah, they work by asking the customers to upload databases. And the trouble with that is that the databases are often out of date by the time they get uploaded. It's pretty much a full-time job for somebody. So this site's going to be different. With this site, we are going to be actually getting deals live, but not in a crude way where you do in somebody's server. The goal is to have it do laser guided extraction of prices, and then we're going to do some mathematics and figure out what the best deal is. On the homepage, you'll notice, those of you with an eagle eye, you'll see that it says I use machine learning to compare car leasing deals. Can anybody guess how that's going to work? Well, I have a tutorial coming up soon, probably next week, and I'm going to introduce you. Thank you, Stefan. Bless you, man. Stefan has to go. I appreciate it. Have a great day, and hail Stefan. Hail, hail Stefan. Thank you for passing by. Alright. So, there's going to be a machine learning aspect to this. I suppose I shouldn't talk too much about it, but there's a... If you think about a car, any old car, like think about suppose somebody's going to get an X5, right? Now an X5 is one of those big, you know, I don't know what they're called, 4x4s, SUVs, right? And an X5 is a certain type. In fact, I'll tell you the type right now. So if I go here, There you go, 4x4 forward slash SUV, right? Now that BMW X5 has got dimensions. It's got obviously a width. It's got a, well, XYZ, width, height. I'm going to run out of trouble here if I keep on going. Width, height and length, that's what I'm meaning to say. We have a width, a height and a length, okay? Now the obvious thing to do when you're looking for specials is to just find another SUV that's a better price. But that would be a wee bit crude, because SUVs can mean anything. It could mean a Nissan Qashqai, or it could mean one of those super cool Audis, you know? Well, it turns out that there's a mathematical formula. They call it the K nearest neighbour formula. And basically we can use that with a wee bit of machine learning to analyse and categorise about 13,000 vehicles. And so not only can we find an SUV that is a better price, but we can find an SUV that's similar in dimensions with a higher on the road value and a lower price. Do you know what I mean? So that's the machine learning aspect. Just thought I'd let you know. The only thing is I haven't built it yet. Alright, shall we dance? Yes, we shall. Now, we're on our... yeah. So this is live deals. Now, live deals is going to load up this view file, which is called check for specials, right? And this view file, okay, let me just try something, hold on. Right, do you see how this says redirect Ahoy and I took this out? I'm going to do something even better. I'm going to say redirect Ahoy. And I'm going to say R2D2. Why the heck am I doing that? I'm adding a wee unique marker so that I can come back and change these things later on if I need to, you know? Just some random string, basically. So, here we are. It's check for specials. Now this is going to load up a script. The name of the script. By the way, it says load Google Analytics. It's nothing to do with Google Analytics. I do that just to throw people, you know. Alright, so this is our page, and you can see I'm doing really great function names here. Okay, alright, so here we go then. Check similar vehicles. I'm looking at the bottom left here, and that's good. So I want it to stay on this page. That's excellent. Now, I do not want it to redirect. I do not want it to redirect. Oh, you miserable swine. Why did it redirect? Right, give me a minute. This is like if you imagine being a mechanic, I want it up on the ramp, you know. Okay, I think what happened there is, there you go. There you go. So remember I said do the wee R2D2 marker thing? Here it is. So I just need to remember R2D2. Find those little beauties. And then we're cool. Okay, now let's go back. Let's do this again. This time I'll do a hard reload. Okay, now hopefully that is not going to redirect. I want to keep them on this page. So you'll see that it says a few more seconds. Now we do not want to redirect. Normally I would. There you go. See how it says stopped redirect? That's excellent. Good. Okay, so that's where the action is going to kick off for us. Would you give me just a couple of seconds? I'll be right back. Alright. So, this is the part of the process where we start. Well, in fact, I'm not even going to be checking for similar vehicles right now. I have to get the waiting page perfect. So this page here is the waiting page, right? So let's just have a wee look at this. Okay. I'll do a commit before I get started. Have now set search specials status on DB table, and now about to start refining the waiting page for checking specials. Alright, there we go. Okay, so can I ask a wee question to the room? I'll do a wee poll here. Have you ever launched a site FTP site on AWS, because I'm probably going to do that for this one. Okay, so let's have a wee look at our one moment. Yeah, this is the page here. So there's a lot of vanilla JavaScript here. There's a lot of styling here. In fact, let me just try something. There's not any SEO factor here, so I don't have to worry about what's the source code going to be like, you know, from an SEO perspective. But I can take this stuff here. Let's do that. Just makes it a wee bit clearer, you know. And in fact, that's cool. Good. Now that is reading our on-page styling. If I took this out, we lose that. So here we go, saving. Excellent. So let's see what this page does, how it works, and most importantly, how we can make it even better or even perfect. So the first thing I'm seeing here is we've got some update statements. That's kind of okay. And we've got some other data here. Similar deals, number of seconds passed. We've got a little counter. Current update statement key. So there's a whole lot of stuff in here coming in. Now, to figure out how this works, best bet is just rush to the bottom of the page. And we've got a couple of different things happening. Here we've got an event listener that loads up. And when it loads up, right here, what it's doing is it's just rotating a div every 5 seconds. And in fact, I think it's creating an element. Now, to show you what that means, I'm going to run the page. And you see these wee footprints here? Watch what happens if I select. Alright, it's hard to see, but trust me, that's just a graphic that's being rotated. That's all it is, you know. So this section, this entire section here, right here, is all about those wee footprints. That's all it is. So why don't we copy that and we'll take it out and we'll chuck it here. So we'll have something like that. Okay, so anything that can make this page a wee bit clearer is good for me. Here's another, add text flare. So I'll copy that. Let's chuck that one in here. Okay, because I only want the business part of this here. Okay. Now, this part here, there's actually two things going on. There's the mechanism of updating the page with what's going on with the search status, and that's what this is. So when they're on the page, the goal is to just keep them waiting, because they're going to have to wait about half a minute. I cannot find a way around that, unfortunately. So all of this stuff is to do with keep them waiting, you know. So let's have a look. We're updating the fancy text and all of that stuff, right? So that's keep them waiting. That's fetch specials update. Right, that's just how's the search going. And I don't know what this is. Oh yeah, I do know what this is. That's to let them know if we've found anything. Okay. Now let me look at send update statement. Okay. Now I'm seeing a thing that says add text flare. Add text flare refers to the fancy text. That's this area here. So I'm going to take a crazy and very wild gamble here. I'm going to take this out. I don't think we need it. And then yeah. And then for this page here, this is our live searches page. I'm gonna say similar deal forward. Oh, hang on. Ah, I got you. Right, okay. I figured this out. So what's gonna happen is, it's taking me a wee second to figure this thing out here. But we've got a URL here, which I'm going to now take you to. Okay. Cool. So what's happening here is we've got this URL that's basically designed to give the user an update about how the search is going. That's all that is, you know. Now if I go to quotes boss, then fetch search specials update, it's not that one. it's that one. So what this does is it looks at the similar deal 1 and it tries to get a make title. Do you know what I mean? So if we go like this, I'll put in curly brackets, make title. Now let's just say Ford, and then I'll do this again and I'll say make title is Audi. Now I'm gonna hit go, and if we now refresh this page, do you see how it says Ford and Audi? So this is a little update, and what that means, if I just copy this, take it over here, if I now go back to this page, okay, so I'm going to say yes. Now keep a lookout. Do you see how it says update, just spotted a potentially good deal on a Ford? So what's happening there is it's looking at this database table and it's reading similar deal 1 and similar deal 2. So it's going to pick two similar deals. The first similar deal is going to be a prestigious car with a lower price. The most prestigious car that we can find, actually. That's why I'm saying I found a good Ford, because I'm assuming Ford's more prestigious, right? The second similar car is the same type of car, but the lowest price that I can possibly find. So these are what I'm calling two similar deals, you know. And when that happens, okay, so when that happens, you can see it says update, just spotted a potentially good deal on a blah 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 blah. And what's happening is I'm going to have these different engines checking loads and loads of websites, and you can see how this is going with these make things. So a few minutes later it might say just noticed a good blah blah deal, I wonder if this is worth a look, I can see a good deal on blah blah blah, please keep waiting. So these are all designed to give the user an update, or to keep them posted on how the search is going. We're not showing them the deal, but we're just letting them know how it's going. Okay, so that's what it's going to do, and this page basically works. This page here, because if I refresh it again, hard reload, look here, please wait, and it says update, just spotted a potentially good deal on a Ford. There it is right there. Okay. Ahoy! It's Bovan. How on earth are you doing? It's very nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. It's Saturday, it's live coding day, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to be here. First hour's done. I'm going to do 2 more hours on this and then work on something else. So, and that's my tip of the year, folks. You want a New Year's resolution? Here's a resolution. Spend 3 hours working on your dream project before you do anything else. You're welcome. Okay, now, The search update, or the search specials update, is an interesting vibe, you know? It's an interesting vibe. Now, when we search for an update on how is this thing going, we're reading this page here. And this page is hopefully going to give us some information about how the search is going. If all is well and stuff is happening, we give them a wee update here. Just spotted a good deal on a Ford, for example. And then we've got this else statement going on. And the else statement is, it says if the status is 200, redirect them to the results page. I think we should get rid of this. Let's just simplify. So whatever else happens, we redirect them to the results page. Even if there's a flaw, an error, we'll still redirect them to the results page, because we can deal with that when we get there, you know. So when we get a status update, we read this page here. We then send them a wee update statement, and if that is uncool, we redirect. Now, let's have a look at this fetch search specials update. I think the code, well, it's just saying select all where the token is that. If we can't find it, we do a 500 response. We now know that that will redirect. And here, this looks a bit mad, doesn't it? I wonder if we can shorten this. I know it's stupid, but let's see if we can, right? So the ultimate goal here is to produce make title 1. I'm gonna just echo make title 1 with a die statement. So you can see that it says Ford, okay? So it turns out there's a smug little thing that you can use, which is called the ternary operator. And here's how it goes. We say make title 1 is, and we put parenthesis, and we say if it's that, then that. So I'll just say then X, otherwise then Y. That's the structure of this thing, and it's just a shorthand way of doing an if else. Now you can see here that we're fetching the rows from the data. Now we can do a wee bit better with that. Let's just chuck in a little trim statement here. Doesn't do any harm. Okay, now let's just say if similar deal 1 is equivalent to an empty string, alright, if it's an empty string, then make title 1 is empty. Otherwise, let's just say, now we've kind of got 2 lines here. Okay, let me do a little JSON decode on similar the 01. Okay, now let me var dump make title 1. So here it's an object. Now if make title 1 was empty, or pardon me, similar deal 1, it's a string. Now, I wonder if we can somehow wouldn't that be cool? Holy shit, that worked. I never thought that would work. So we've basically just said JSON decode and then immediately we've said get the make title. I really never thought that that would work. That's awesome. So just to test this, similar deal 1 is an empty string. There it is. If similar deal 1 is an object, we get that. Pretty cool, right? Now, we'll do the same with make title 2. So now we should have make title 2. We have. And if I say that similar deal 2 is an empty string, there you go. So, what we've just done there is we've taken all of this bullshit here and we have simplified. How you like me now? How you like me now? Pretty cool, right? Okay, so that does that. But I do believe that we can do a whole lot better than this. Supposing we said SQL is select all from live searches where search token is search token. Let me do a little JSON on the rows, see what we've got. Okay, so I suppose that while we're in the neighbourhood we could do a few other things here. So for example, maybe we could I think I'm going to build onto this thing. Let's do that. Okay, here we go. Now, I'm doing this instead of select all because I think it's faster. I might be wrong about that, but I think it is. So okay, so we've now got accepting specials now. And then we've got specials status. Okay, so now let's see what we've got. If we go back to our page and refresh. Good. Pretty good. Now if the params search token is invalid, then we get this. So that's what that wee bit is. But here we are. Now, are there any other things we can do here? that could make this journey a little bit interesting. Well, we could say accepting quotes now is rows 0 loading up. Accepting quotes now. Now actually, we've also got accepting specials now. Ah, there we go, that's cool. Right, so let's take a closer look at these two things. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to avoid is two things. I'm trying to avoid a situation where somebody hits the back button. Hey, how you doing? Fav Tech is here. Nice to see you, nice to see you. Okay, so in plain English, let's avoid situations where somebody hits the back button. Or something. Right, okay. Let me just rephrase that. Accepting quotes now should be 0. Accepting specials now should be 0. Anything else and we have a problem. Okay, so let's have a think about this. If we look at our page, here it is here. So accepting quotes now is 0. Accepting specials now is 0. Okay, that's cool. So let's just say if, and there's going to be two conditions. Okay, so if accepting quotes now does not equal 0, or accepting specials now does not equal 1, if that's the case, let me take a wee trip to the Tonne Gate docks and we'll give them a wee meaningful message of some sort. So let's pick one of these, right? So created, accepted, it's probably one of the 4s, right? Unauthorized, not found, not acceptable. Not acceptable, you're right. 406. HTTP. Response code 406. Okay, there we go. So that means that if we go back to our check for specials page here, if it's a 200 response, then all of this, give me a wee minute. Do you know I've got this variable here and I'm not doing anything with it? I just noticed that. What the hell? Alright. So okay. Send update statement. Right, I'm going to copy this. Now hold on. Let me look at send update statement. Aye, so that's the bit that says, ooh, I just spotted a new Ford, or whatever, right? So what we'll do is, I'm going to copy that. I'm going to say attempt update statement. Or attempt give search update statement. This is going to take in our HTTP response text. We're going to go like this. Attempt give update. I should have said send. Okay. So this takes in our response text. We're then going to json.parse the response text. And then we just attempt give the user an update regarding any cars found. Again, patronising comments. They're good. They're good. They give you focus, you know? Don't you worry about that stuff. Code in a way that makes you feel good. So that should attempt to give the user an update. So next, let's here we know that another status has come in. Could be an error or something else, who knows what, right? But the way that we're going to figure out is by looking at the HTTP status. So let's just say send away, and we'll pass in http.status, right? Status, say your T's. So I don't really care what the response body is in this situation, but we're taking in our HTTP response code. Here it is right here. Okay. And we can send away HTTP. Yeah, so we're going to give them a response code here. And let's think about the things that could potentially go wrong. I suppose we could simply say if the there's no need for a switch statement so far. We could just say if the response code is 200, Then we will say take them to the results URL. Otherwise, we're going to take them to an error URL. So I'll just say, well, how about if we go like this? Let's use one of those patronising ternary operators again. So we could say const target URL. So the target URL, well, if it's something then that, otherwise then it's that. This is the structure, right? So we'll say that if the response code is 200, then the target URL is the results URL. Otherwise, it's the error URL. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Then we simply say window location href equals target URL. Okay, that's it. That is it. And I'll just say send user away for clarity. Okay. There we go. So all I have to do is get this error URL happening. So I'm going to go upstairs and I'm going to just, right underneath this, I'll say const error URL equals, we'll jump into PHP. I'll have a wee error URL. And just to make sure we have a gig, let's do an alert on the error URL. So if I head over to the controller file, which is called live deals, and we're on this vibe here, well, I am going to say I can have it up here. Error URL is, see if it works. There it is. So all we have to do then is we can look up here. You can see we've got a token. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's the third segment. So our error URL is going to be base URL. Then I'm just going to call it something not right / segment 3. So there's our new URL, something not right. Something not right, bummer. Okay, that's the URL. So now that we know what the error URL is, let's build it. So I'll just do this manually. I was tempted there to use JavaScript to just update the page, but I kind of like making things easy, you know? Right, so if I now take us back to this page here, instead of doing an alert, let's just say window.location.href is error URL, and we'll refresh. And there you go, it says hi, okay. So, let's now deal with this. So for this, I'll just say data view file is something not right. And then we'll load up a template. Ouch. Now hold on a minute. The template is called Cool Moby. Alright. So we're now going to make this view file up here. Now I do actually have a few error pages, but you can't have enough, you know. Now, okay, let's copy this, head up here. Okay, cool. So this is our error page that we're making. Okay, cool. Now, what we're going to do with this is we're going to read this search token. So if we var dump params, you can see that we've got this, right? Now, instead of just saying you've drifted into the wrong place, tough luck, you're a loser, we're going to assume that they've been looking at the deals, maybe they've just accidentally hit the back button, right? So let's give them an opportunity to go back to their deals. And the way that we do that is we're going to check this table by the name of LC Deals. LC Deals it's called. And this table has got a search token. So we're going to ask, has this user got deals? So I'll just say SQL equals, now actually if I wanted to I could do one of these vibes here, even that would probably be just fine. So maybe we'll just do that. So let's just say search token is segment 3, and we'll just say if the search token is not empty, then do we have a count? That would be good. Simplified version of count where, here it is. Perfect. So let's just say num deals is this model count rows. So the column, we're looking at the table here, the column is search token, the value is search token, and the target table is live deals. Okay, excellent. So that's our num deals, right? Now let's echo num deals with a die statement. Base table not found. Pardon me, it's called LC deals. there you go. So we've now got 25 deals for this thing, you know. So what we'll do is let's just assume that the num deals is 0, and this is of course the number of existing deals that we're talking about. And then around about here we're going to say if num existing deals is greater than 1, then let's chuck in a target URL, and we're going to add in the results URL. So it's base URL, live deals, display, and we add on that search token. I happen to know that that's the results URL. Now I could use a ternary for this, but I think this gives us a wee bit more clarity, you know. Now if that's not the case, we are going to return to the home page. If the search token is not empty, if the search token is not empty, but the number of deals is 0, they should not be here. It's just, they just shouldn't be here. Okay? So if num existing deals is 0 in this situation, they have passed. Now hold on a minute. Nah, there's no point. Nah, there's no point in doing that. Okay, if they want to keep trying to break the database, good luck to them. But let's just say data got existing quotes or got existing deals is true and false. And then now when we load up our something not right page, we can do a wee if statement. Gear is here, the godfather of speed coding is here, Favtech is here, everybody's here. I never even saw you. Welcome folks, welcome, it's so good to see you. I woke up today and I have to tell you folks this. Yesterday I had pretty much a mini nervous breakdown because I'd been working really hard on this uploading thing, and we came into the live stream and Simon said, you know, I think you could do blah 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 blah, and I had a wee voice in my head. I was like, oh no, and it was saying oh no for two reasons. One is because I knew that if he was right, it would be tons of work. And secondly, the dude's always right. And I thought, shit, here we go. I'm gonna And you know what? He was right. And I woke up today and you know what I woke up to? A fabulous pull request on the Trongate framework. Thank you, Simon. I really, really appreciate that. I haven't looked at the code yet, but I really, really appreciate that. What a guy. What a guy. Where would we be without that type of help? Where would we be, indeed? So thank you so much for that. I'm going to be looking at that shortly, but you know my rules of the year. I spent 3 hours working on a dream project. This is my dream project, and then I move on to the other stuff. But I really, really appreciate that, man. Thank you, Simon. Thank you very much indeed. Anyway, I hope you're all doing well. Let's do a little if statement here. Now, some of you are thinking you could do this with ternaries and null coalescings and all of that. There's a time and a place, you know. I just want to do something that makes me feel good, if that's okay. So let's figure this thing out then. Something not right, okay? So if got existing deals is true, well, how about if we give them a paragraph with a little text align of center? Then we could do something like this, and we could chuck in a link that is going to take them. Now remember, the name of the thing is target URL. So we could say target URL. So that's the link. And then we could say I just thought of something. How about data button message equals view your quotes. This is going to say return to home page. Then we're going to say data info equals let's do another. Alright, so we're building up a wee page here, right? So we're now going to say, let's have another text center thing, and we'll chuck in our info here. And then here, we've got this vibe. And this is going to be our button text. Now we're going to say that the class is assigned to button. So now if we look at our something is not right page, what do we get? Undefined variable btn text. It's alright, it's alright. It's btn. I should have said text. There you go. So that is that's that. Now, can we make the button a bit bigger? Oh, how I wonder. Oh, how I wonder. I think we can. If we go to live deals and this thing here, you can see we've got a font of big buttons. Sounds like a Spinal Tap song, doesn't it? But I'll add that here. And jeez man, where on earth is it? Where does that get defined? Nowhere. That's right, folks. I'm that much of a genius. Well, you know what? It's going to have to be caveman coding for me. If I'm not using that, then so be it. But let me... Okay, this is indeed caveman coding. But it works for me. Okay, so they can hit that and they can return to their quotes. Here we go, let's try it. Boom. Alright, now the quote page needs a bit of work, but we're not going to worry about that right now. Of course, the other possibility is we give them the home page. Hit the magic though slightly disappointing button below to return to the home page. So, over here, we actually don't need to do this thing anymore. Instead, we can just go like that. A little bit of short tags action. Hit the magic, though slightly disappointing button below to return to the home page. To return. Oh. To return. There you go. Cool. So that's our something is not right feature. Now let's go back to this page here. This is where the action is. Thank you so much, Simon. Honestly, man, I was so miserable, you know, because it's just one of these things, man. It's like, you know, I'm absolutely sure that your code's fantastic though, and I'll be looking at it as soon as I've done. I'm looking at the timer. I see 1 hour 42, so I've got just over an hour and a wee bit more of this. And then that'll be me, you know. So, I had asked a question if anybody had uploaded to Amazon, and somebody has, because 23% are saying yes. So, I appreciate that. I wonder if it was easy, if anybody can let me know, because I'm thinking about putting this on AWS, you know. Thinking about it. Alright. Okay, this page is fine. We're now going back to the searching page. Actually, I'm going to... do I need to copy? No, I don't. I don't need to copy. So, let's go to this here. Right, this is going to take us to our... Oh, jeez. Forgive me. Right, we're back. Right, it's the check for specials page, right? So we have just done this, and we've got this send user away thing. We've now got an error URL clarified. So, for example, if we have an HTTP status of that's not 200. So say for example we say something like 400, right, or 406. Watch what happens when we check similar vehicles. It drifts away and everything is cool. Now, of course, I'm glad I checked that, because we want to give them the opportunity to return to their quotes, you know. So that is our error process, and it is perfect. The next thing that we're going to do is we're looking at this check for specials thing. Now this is taking in our response code, and if the response code is 200, we give them the results. If not, we take them to the error page. I think that's quite straightforward. So this page here, you miserable swine, why did it do that? Let's go again. Okay, okay. So this is going to quotes boss. Here it is here. And it's fetch specials update. So there's our thing. So let's just see what that's given us. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to head to quotes boss fetch specials update. Chuck in the token. There's our content coming back. Now, I really would like to know the status of this page. So let me just console.log http status, and then I'm going to console.log http response text. I'll give you a prediction. I predict it's returning a 200 status. That is my prediction. So here we go. And isn't it great being such a genius? Isn't it great? Somehow the DNA came together. Must have been the gods or some shit. Oh, jeez. Right, let's do this again. So why, oh why, is, oh, do you know what it is? I chucked this thing in, remember? Alright, here we go again. Okay. And there's our search status, which is 202. And that's all good. So this part here is now going to come out. Now I'm going to refresh. And in fact, I feel like this is a good time to reintroduce the redirects, you know. I added a wee thing earlier on called R2D2. I think we're losing Star Wars, you know. But anyway, I did that. And why did I leave a wee random code? In my genius, I figured it would help me to remember this stuff. Are there any other R2D2s? That was it. So now we're going to refresh, and we should wait half a minute and then get redirected to some results. Oh, Favtech's done it, right. It was not easy to build a site on AWS, or at least the way I did it. Right, interesting. It was not easy. Okay, well, I really appreciate that. Was it the... okay, I've got a couple of questions here. Was it the database, and do they let you try it for free, I suppose, you know? That would be my questions. Anyway, look at me being a complete freeloader as usual here. So, here we are. We've got our little thing. Do you want to check for similar deals? Now let's take a closer look at this, figure out what it does. In fact, before I go any further, I'll do a wee git add all and git. Somebody says I should take more git commits, you know. So built nice error page for situations where user perhaps gets quotes then hits back button, something like that. Alright, so let's check this thing out. Here we go. It's the check for specials thing, and let's see if we can figure out how this works. So we're talking about the page here, and what has happened is we've already fetched a bunch of quotes, and we're asking the user, do you want us to check if there's any other quotes, right? So the way that it works, all of that's to do with just giving them an update. However, the business part of this starts here. I called it Load Google Analytics because This is $1 billion industry, and I am not helping the fuckers. I'm not telling them how I made this, right? So that's why I'm doing that, and I do things like that from time to time. Would you let me just top up my coffee? Give me 2 seconds, will you? I'll be right back. I'm just topping up my coffee. I need the heat, quite frankly. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Alright, I have the kettle on, but hopefully we'll sort that in a minute. Right, so one of the things is I'm going to be really giving you folks a lot of information here. Maybe a bit too much. Anybody... okay, let me give you the vibe. Hold on. I appreciate the comments. By the way, I'll read them in a second. I had kind of a... okay, let me talk about my favourite subject for a minute, will you? Me. I'm always interested in partnerships. If anybody has any ideas, or if anybody has anything to bring to the table in terms of skill or money or anything, I'm always interested in partnering up with people, you know. And I had a wee kind of partnership with a guy from India a while ago, and he was going to partner up with me with this because he'd been getting in touch and saying, are there any projects and all of that. And he's a cool guy, and he's got an IT team and everything. And about 6 months ago, we had agreed, okay, let's get involved in this, you know. Now I have the domain, and I know a wee bit about this industry, but I was happy to partner up. But we had a point where we had a completely professional disagreement, and I say that with the assumption that he could be watching, and if he is watching, hello, and I would definitely work with him with something else. But with this particular project, we had a wee bit of a professional disagreement, and so that was what happened. Again, a completely respectful one. We like each other, but we just disagreed with how the site should work. He took the opinion that we should have the site scraping millions of pages, and he even built the code. I think he had it getting prices from about 5 million different deals, you know. But I took the viewpoint that even though that worked, there were 2 things about that did not sit right. The first thing that didn't sit right is I don't want to hammer somebody else's server, you know. It doesn't feel ethical. And the second thing that I didn't like about it is it was a Me Too business, you know. It was Me Too. Any idiot could build that, you know. And so I said to him, and again, we're best friends, we may work on something again. But I said to him, look, I love what you've done and it's great, but if I'm going to do something, it has to be the kind of thing that makes people say, how the hell did he build that? That's the category that I'm interested in, you know. Now, you can call that egotistical, you can call it anything you want, but I want people to look at the stuff I'm making and go, how the frig did this guy build that? How's that even possible? That's what I'm aiming for. Now, I don't think I can achieve that, especially with a crowd as educated as this. Some of you folks can run rings around me, but I want to give it my best shot. Do you know what I mean? I want to just give it my best shot. So, end of speech. And what's happening here is, if I take you to the homepage, the vibe is I use machine learning to compare car leasing deals. Again, I know the industry, and I know that if the word gets out, oh, I've built a site, they're just going to laugh. They'll be like, who cares? Who cares? So I'm throwing everything at this. You know, I am throwing everything at this. And when this thing works, I know what's going to happen. Certain people, aka the competition, are going to look at this and are going to right click and view the source and see how did the guy build it. So see, when that happens, I'm not giving them jack shit. So you can see that I've got a script here called Load Google Analytics, right? So anybody clicking this is going to do this and view the source. These are my competitive commercial tips, and they're going to see app.js. And app.js is useless. Doesn't give away anything. Now, they might open up the network tab. I'm not claiming that I have this thing all figured out yet. But if there's anything at all that I can do that can make life difficult, I'm going to do it. You'll remember that I spent time working on Matrix Auth recently. Do you remember that? It was the most unpopular video that I've done in ages. And here it is here. But I look at it. Oh, 3 people have used it. That's really cool. Oh, brilliant. Oh, look at that. Dafa, can you believe it? Thank you, man. Looks like Dafa's had his employee of the month writing the review. Winkety wink. Thank you so much. Bless you. Anyway, Matrix Auth was not too popular, but I stand by it. I think it's a good thing, you know. So if I can do things like Matrix Auth and my wee trick here where I'm dynamically loading a file, this is the kind of thing that just might make the difference. And of course, anybody looking at the source code, they're going to see, oh, load Google Analytics and then move on. Do you see what I'm saying? Now, what it actually does is it loads up this. And you can see again, we've got some crazy function names. I am not helping anyone apart from you. So this is the words of a Rolling Stones song, in case you never noticed. I think it is anyway. So the first thing that happens then, it's our searching page. We run start me up. If you start me up and never stop. Anybody ever see the Windows 95 launch? You should look it up on YouTube. This is the song they were playing. Anyway, so where the heck is if you start me up, I never stop? Ah, here it's here. If you start me up, I never stop. So what this is doing is it's taking in, just had a text message saying crypto's about to go parabolic. Give me a second, folks. I have my insiders on the ground keeping us all in the loop here. And if anything interesting happens, I'll keep you in the loop. Let me check my phone. Hold on a second. I don't know if you heard that noise. Oh, this is the slowest phone ever. Okay. I wonder if crypto, this is from one of my inner circle, I wonder if crypto is about to go parabolic. And by the way, he's a maths teacher. Seriously. So I guess we'll all have to Google that one. It says all the FUD from mainstream media. That's FUD. I don't know what FUD stands for anymore. Does anybody remember? All the FUD from mainstream media is perhaps an indication that this could happen. BTC is climbing. Well, very interesting. So what I've been told is that inflation is Now, I'm just the messenger, right? But what I've been told by another insider is that inflation is a big, big concern right now. And crypto has been designed to act like a big sponge to soak in all of the money and keep inflation under control. So it would actually make sense that they would hype Bitcoin up at this point in time so that people start spending their money on Bitcoin, taking money out of the marketplace, and thereby controlling inflation. Thank you very much indeed. There goes the most intelligent conspiracy theory that you've heard all day. Alright, anyway, back to this thing. This loads up our function, which is called You Make a Grown Man Cry. And let's have a look here. You make a grown man cry. Okay, fine. So, you make a grown man cry. Let's get this right. So, start me up. It calls our providers. Each and every provider gets You Make a Grown Man Cry. And it has just occurred to me that I've made a huge technical error, because I think Mick Jagger might sing Don't Make a Grown Man Cry. Anyway, doesn't matter. Anyway, what does this thing do? I hear you say. What does it do? Well, we take in a data source, which is actually an API endpoint. And I've left room for a custom value, but I don't think we'll need it. But I'll keep it in anyway. And then we are going to do a request to this target URL. So what we're going to do, and I'll write a comment here, a big comment. Send. So let's do a send a get request to the target URL. And then if we get a response code of 200, then I'll just write it in plain English. Then what are we going to do? That's right. We're going to send again. Okay? But otherwise, we're going to send a 200, which means I am finished response code back to the user. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So that's what we're going to do, and that's your vibe. Now, I'm going to just console.log now sending get request to, this is probably going to be the AWS address. Okay, now let's just go back here. We'll do a hard reload. Let's say check similar vehicles. You make a grown man cry. Darn. Here we go again. Ah, there you go. Now sending get request to blah 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 blah. Perfect, 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 perfect. Okay. So, isn't that cool? Now, that right here, that URL is going to give us a response. So what I'll do is I'll just set up the get request. And right here, okay, so right here we're saying if the status is 200, Then we're going to call this thing again. I don't think I'm using this custom at all. I'm going to take it out. Okay, so if the status is 200, we call this thing again. And I'm going to call this, let's call it fetch specials URL. It's a wee bit more descriptive, right? So we'll do that, and I am going to do the actual request here, and I just want to see what it's returning. I'm curious, right? So HTTP, let's say status, and then HTTP response text. Okay. So here we go. Ah, geez. So it says fetch specials URL has already been declared, and that's correct. Okay, so here we go again. Oh. Good. So we've got a little error, but it's given us a 200 response. Okay. Now, do you see how we've got a thing called num finished providers? Let's say else. I think is it that way for JavaScript? If the HTTP status is 200, we're going to say that the num finished providers goes up by 1. Okay. Now, if the number of finished providers goes up by 1, we're going to say attempt early redirect. Attempt early redirect. Now, I know that there's an error at the end point, but I don't care. Let's do this. And we're going to console.log a few little stars to make us feel good. And then underneath that, I'm going to say running attempt early redirect with, and let's just add on num finished providers. Okay, here we go. Hard reload for good luck. Okay, we have an error. What's wrong with my else if statement? That looks okay to me. What is wrong with that? Am I doing something wrong there? Employee of the month. I'll come up and read your quotes in just a wee second here. Quotes? You know what I mean. Alright. Just logging in, just logging in. Okay. So people are like, does he not know how to do an if else? That's right. Oh, is it if else? Why? What am I doing? Else if. Oh, hang on a minute. It should be else if. Ah, that's PHP that does that. Right, got you. Okay, fine. So here we go again. Alright, this error is quite annoying, isn't it? Vincent on line 54. So now we're getting into the bowels of the app here. And when I'm doing big apps, I like to name the different parts after strange things. This is named after Vincent van Gogh. I think there's a Leonardo and a Renoir somewhere. In any event, give me a wee minute. Okay, apologies for that. Okay, so here's the endpoint. Now I'm going to just echo hello with a die statement. And I'm going to say HTTP response code is 200. So if I go back here and refresh, we're going to do this. Alright, maybe not. Give me a second. Okay, apologies for that. Let's try again. Ah, there you go. So it says hello. You can see that that was our response there, right? Now, what does that all mean? Well, if we go back here, I'm gonna console.log. The status is okay. Here we go again. So we're gonna go like this. It's kind of behaving as if it hasn't refreshed this page somehow. So alright, let me go to public JS. Now it's called, I think it's specialoffers.js. There you go. Right, let's try again. No. Oh, you know what? I think I wrote my stuff in the wrong bit. This thing does not even get called. So it's here. That's where we are. So, okay, cool. So we're going to say else if HTTP status is equivalent to 200, then the num finish providers goes up by 1, and we run attempt early redirect. Attempt early redirect is up here, and here we go. So you can see running attempt early redirect with 1. That's fine. That's all I need. So what attempt early redirect does is we look at the number of providers. So I'm going to just say console.log num providers is, and we're going to have our num providers. There you go. Let's run this again. So do you see how that says num providers is 1, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to say if num finish providers is greater than or equal to num providers, take the user to the results page. So, do we have a results URL? I'm going to guess that we have. So let me just console.log it first. I'll call it results URL. The results page certainly needs some work, but here we go. We do have a results page. That's excellent. So now we are going to simulate an early redirect. So we say window.location.href equals results URL. There you go. Pretty cool, right? So shall we dance? Shall we dance? Oh yes, we shall. Hard reload. Check similar vehicles. It's going to do there you go. So that was our early redirect working. Now let's assume, just to make absolute sure that we've got this thing working, supposing the number of providers was another number. In that type of situation, there should be no early redirect. Perfect. Okay, so that's good. Alright. Now you'll probably have noticed this, but the most difficult part of a site like this is getting the flow right. Do you know what I mean? All of these wee details, like giving them updates on how the search is going and fetching wee bits and pieces from here, there and everywhere. That is the difficult part. But we'll go like this. Okay, now by the time I go with the live one, we're going to have tokens and matrix auth and everything here. It's going to be like a frigging fortress. But there we go, and I think that's really good. Now the other thing about this is that this check for special I'm doing everything except checking for bloody specials here, right? But I really want to get the flow right, because the next thing I want to do is we should redirect the user after 30 seconds. You know? We don't want to keep them waiting here forever. So So I'm going to just test that, right? Let's see if we do that. We do not want to keep them here for longer than 30 seconds. Here we go. Oh, give me a break. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay, here we go. Wow, look at all of the requests. I'm actually glad that I did that, because I consider that to be a mistake, you know. So that was potentially bombarding a site with a gazillion requests there, which is not good, you know. Now here's a thing called waiting time limit, which could be helpful. Although I have a feeling that might be... Damn. I have to make a decision here. And the decision is, do I want to enforce a gap? You know? Kind of like... Yeah, I think we can. And I think I can do it in a super cool way. Suppose we go here and we say... Now there's a thing on PHP. Sleep. Here it is here. Okay, that looks easy enough. So I'm going to add in a 2-second time gap. If you looked on the bottom left, you'll see that it went up really quick. So now if we hard reload. Let's go now. There you go. So do you see how we've now got a 2-second gap? That's excellent. Now for the purposes of testing, I'll make it more than 2 seconds. I'll make it like 7 seconds. Here we go. And what we're looking for here is we want to wait 30 seconds and then redirect. A few more seconds. Alright, now unfortunately it... Oh, it did redirect. That's excellent. It did redirect. So this page, I don't know how it redirected though, and it bothers me. So give me a minute. There it's there. So we have a waiting time limit. I'm going to alert it to show you. I think it's set at 30 seconds. There it is. So that's how it works, and now you know. It's pretty darn perfect, isn't it? It's pretty darn perfect. I really, really like it. We've also done our error URL. I've pretty much done a whole bunch of groundwork here. And I think it's looking really good. So, how you like me now? Let's take a wee time out and read your comments. Okay, what we got here. Happy Lunar Year. Yeah. Happy Lunar Year, everybody. Happy Lunar Year. Let's see. It was not easy to build. Okay. You can run one for free. Interesting. Buying all-in OG on AWS with Lambda and running that has been a pleasant experience. Okay, thank you. That's Jonas Hansen here. Simple EC2 container. I manually set up with GH actions. Oh gee. Transfer through rsync. Works fine too. I reckon there was about 10% of that I understood. But I appreciate that. Thank you so much. FavTech. I built a couple of Linux servers on EC2, installed PHP, Apache, all command lines. There may be easier ways. Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to do is, and thanks for the comments, folks. I want to, how can I put this? I want to build a site that can handle a lot of simultaneous queries at the same time. It's not necessarily going to get a lot of hits, but when it does get hits, it will be a whole lot of action at the same time. I wonder if lambdas are the way to go. Bref PHP. Now we know that a lambda in AWS land means a little function in the cloud. Interesting, right? So let's just see what this Bref PHP is. So Bref, simple and was scalable, documentation, Laravel, Symfony, news. So started in 2018, run PHP on AWS. Lambda was experimental. As Lambda line contributors, creating serverless has become a reality, blah 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 blah. Bref is stable, has been for a long time. Okay. So would I be right in guessing that this is built on top of AWS? Okay. We are not running that. I'm not running that because it's basically a middleman standing between yourself and AWS, you know. And we wish them well. It might be a great thing. Looks like somebody's quite busy with it, but like I say, well, at least for me personally, I just don't like middlemen, you know. AWS Lambda PHP. Here we go. In fact, you know what? Why? Previously, event, that's what we're talking about. And here's me hanging about like a moron, about to read the docs, when all along, you know what we're going to do. That's right, folks. We're going to call the employee of the month in here. All right. Okay, so what we're going to do then is the following. Right, I want to write my question out here for the employee of the month. So let's change that to localhost LC Okay. So my question is going to be for the employee of the month. I am building a website using XAMPP. The website has the following URL on localhost. The website uses the tonne PHP framework. Inside the PHP framework, there is a file, a controller file called providers tsn.php. The code, the controller code is as follows. Actually, I'll just write it. So it would be class providers tsn extends tonne, and then we're just going to say function fetch. Now let's just imagine that we go like that, and then we echo hello name. Okay. What URL should I go to on my browser if I want it to display hello John on the screen? Everybody knows the answer, of course, but that's not the point. I'm training it, and then we do the good stuff. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I actually trained it on how to use the tonne framework the other day, but unfortunately it forgets once you come back for a new session. Right, to display John, you should go to blah blah blah. That's great. Thank you. That's great. Right, so now I'm going to do some other things. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, another wee easy question. I have added a new method onto my class, my PHP class. How can I now modify my, I'll spell it out, fetch method so that it outputs the first name where first name is Okay, let's do a wee bit of a tweak. Okay, now we know the answer to this. Everybody watching knows the answer. But we're training it up. This is how you do this with AI, by the way. This is your vibe. You don't go right in with the heavy questions. You train it up. Right? So now it understands a couple of things that are... That's just brilliant. So now we get to the good stuff, right? Thanks. Now I would like to add this function to AWS. Add this code to AWS. Is it possible? Nah. Would it? Would it be possible to run this PHP code on AWS Lambda? Let's just see what it says. It's possible, but it does require additional setup and configuration. You need to use a custom runtime. Ah, Bref Library. The advice was good. Okay. As you can see, the function is very simple indeed. If required, the entire class could be condensed into one fairly simple PHP function. With that being the case, what hosting or cloud provider solution would be best if I was expecting massive amounts of web traffic? Now this is interesting. Is it going to give a commercial recommendation? This is really interesting, isn't it? Because now we're drifting into territory where it's actually giving commercial recommendations. Good. Good. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Given the fact that I'm expecting massive amounts of traffic. Is there any benefit to me condensing computer, spell condensing.
Condensing is spelled C-O-N-D-E-N-S-I-N-G. Do you want that one more
No,
time?
no, thank you. You know what I love about this thing? You can ask it really stupid questions that you would be scared to ask anybody else. Okay, there can be some benefits to condensing your code into one PHP function specifically for handling massive amounts of traffic. By condensing your code into one function, you can reduce the amount of memory and resources required to run your application, which can help improve performance and reduce costs. Additionally, a smaller code base can be easier to debug and maintain. However, it's important to note that the tonne framework may be providing an additional functionality or features that your application relies on. It's so beautifully written, this, isn't it? If you condense your code into one function, you will have to manually implement these features, which could increase the complexity. However, if you decide to keep the entire app, it may be more efficient to put in place a caching strategy. It won't. This will help to reduce the number of requests to the server and will also speed up the response time. I see. Okay. That's good. Let's suppose I decide to condense the code and make it into one PHP function. What would be the most appropriate hosting solution? Keeping in mind the fact that I'm expecting massive amounts of traffic and I'm eager to keep costs down. I'm really surprised that it's answering these questions, you know. These are outright commercial recommendations it's given. If you decide to condense your code and you're expecting massive amounts, some hosting solutions you might want to consider are AWS Lambda, Okay, good. This is excellent. That's really good. Okay, thank you. Which of the above solutions can run PHP functions without any significant configuration? I think I'm going to be using. I think I'm going to switch to Node.js for the thing. None of the above native supporting solutions run without significant configuration. Thank you, Chris. I'll read that in a second. It's so good. It's so good. It just gives you the no bullshit information that you cannot get anywhere else. We are asking the stupid questions and it's giving us the answers. It's beautiful. So let me read this. None of the above solutions natively support running PHP functions. They're all designed to run in JavaScript, Python, and Go. To run PHP functions on those services, you need to use a custom runtime. Right. Now, here we go. Here we go. We can use the breath thing, and thank you to the person who recommended that. I believe it was Johannes. Is that right? Jonas, pardon me. He mentioned breath, but then we've got DigitalOcean can run with just a few configurations. Installing, serving up Nginx, configuring. Right, excellent. Okay, suppose I decided to switch to another language, and let's also suppose that I decided to use AWS, which pretty much is the most cost effective. and this is a legit question, not sure whether which alternative language to use. Can you give me the pros and cons of the options that I have in terms of choice of language? Oh, this is so good. This is like Christmas for me. I'm loving it. When choosing, let's make the font a bit bigger. When choosing a language to use on AWS, there are several options available, each with its own set of pros and cons. Here are some of the most commonly used languages with their key benefits and drawbacks. So, Node.js is a popular choice for building serverless applications. It has a large developer community with a range of libraries, single-threaded, which can make it less performant for CPU-intensive tasks. That's okay though. Well, maybe it's not, I don't know. But Python is versatile, high level, blah 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 blah. Okay, Python's a bit slow. Java, well suited, good for performance. Golang is relatively, they've got they've got C Sharp. Right, Golang is a relatively new programming language that was developed by Google. It's well suited for high performance concurrent systems. Statically typed. Look at how good Go sounds. Right, Go sounds beautiful, doesn't it? That's our winner so far. Then you've got your C Sharp. Statically typed, object oriented, similar to Java. Okay. Would I save money by... Okay. Let's just try something else. AWS lambda C++. Introducing the C++ lambda runtime. Can you believe that? So the C++ runtime, did you know it? Did you know that lambda could do C++? That's even faster. So supposing I was to say, does AWS have a C++ runtime? We know that it does. We know that it does. Yes! Here we go. Hello, Honolulu. Now we know that C++ is fast. It supports that through the use of a custom runtime that allows your package to deploy that runtime. Right, that's good. This is brilliant. This is so good, isn't it? Okay, my next question is, let's suppose I know the answer to this. To C++, Node.js and Go. Would there be any option that costs less than the other, or would they all be the same price? Yeah, that's it. The cost of running it will depend on various factors, right? Compute time, duration, amount of data stored. When comparing the costs of those, it's important to note that each language has its own set of costs associated. In terms, Node.js and Go are generally more lightweight and efficient than C. How the heck can it say that? It charges for the number of request durations. In this case, all three languages will have the same pricing model. However, okay, I'm going to go with Node.js or Go. I think I'm going to go with Go. Thank you. There are a lot of AWS services available, and I find it all to be a bit confusing. For instance, AWS can you simply tell me which option would be the most appropriate if I was expecting 1,000 hits per second on my PHP function endpoint? So I don't want an explanation, I just want it to say that's the best one. So when expecting 1,000 hits per second on your PHP endpoint, there are several AWS services that you could consider. Elastic Beanstalk's a fully managed service. Fully managed is code for you pay. Makes it easier to deploy. Well, automatically handles all of that. AWS Lambda, that's the serverless compute service. Elastic Container, I don't know what that is. It's a fully managed thing that lets you run and scale containerized applications. Okay, so far it looks like Lambda's the way to go. Elastic Container, a fully managed service that makes it easy to run blah 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 blah. What does that do? Right, whatever that is, we're not interested. Docker, right, okay, so we are going to use Lambda. Thank you. I have decided to use AWS Lambda. Now, it's either going to be C++, it's going to be Node, or it's going to be Go. So let me just see what we got here. Right, C++ is a lot of work. I'm eliminating it. So I've decided to use AWS Lambda. However, I'm not sure if I am still not sure if I should use Node.js or Go. Could you please tell me which of the two would be the best option, given the fact that I am expecting 1,000 hits per second? Now I'm not, but I'm trying to, get drilled down here. So when choosing between Node.js and Go for running your PHP function endpoint, now both languages have their own benefits and drawbacks. Oh no, this is a canned response. So Go is known to be more efficient in performance, making it a good option for high traffic scenarios where performance is critical. Both languages can be used and both are highly scalable and can handle high traffic. However, it's always a good idea to test. In summary, both are suitable. Okay. Well, I know how to do it with Node because I'm going to ask a poll of the room to anybody listening. I know how to do Lambda functions on Node because I've done them before. In fact, I've even got a YouTube tutorial on it. Here it is here. Well, I have done it. I really have. I've never used Go though. So I'm going to ask the room. So the question is, What's the best choice for... Okay. Okay, here's my question to the room. It's over to you. I may not... Well, I don't know. I'm interested to see what you think. Based on what I'm seeing here... Well, I have some opinions, but I'll wait and see what you think before I let you know what I think. And let me top up the old coffee here. I've left a kettle on. Hang on. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Alright, I had a wee bit of a furniture accident there. I think I'm alright though. So, I was asking just before I headed to get my coffee, what do you think? And let's see what you said here. So, 100% are saying use Node.js. Okay. So, Chris here says Golang has tedious error handling. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. I'm not familiar with it. And that is exactly the kind of comment that I needed to hear. So thanks for that. Only Cams says Go error handling is like pulling teeth that have not come in yet on a rabid dog, to put it lightly. Okay. That's cool. No, you're all right. Well, that's exactly what I need to hear. Well, thank you so much for that. Somebody out there has voted Go, mind you, but it sounds like you folks have experience, and I've certainly not. So I will go with that. I've had a wee bit of a furniture accident here. Could you give me just a wee minute? Just like half a minute. Alright folks, well that was excellent advice and I am going to take that advice. I shall respect the results of the poll. You have spoken and you have said that Node.js is the way to go, so that's what I'm going to do. Now let me just, before I wrap that one up, have a wee look at the AWS pricing, and this employee of the month has been so good, you know, I have to say. So AWS pricing, we'll go with Lambda. Oh, you can enable concurrency. Well, that is great. Okay, let's do a search for the word free. The free tier. Where is it? So look at this. The free tier gives you 1 million free requests per month and 400,000 gigabyte seconds of compute time. That's basically free. I mean, I'm not going to be doing 1 million per month. Computer, how many seconds are in 1 month? So there's 2.6 million seconds in a month. So basically, you can do a request on AWS every 2.5 seconds and you won't have to pay. That's amazing. That's really amazing. Offers low prices. So we offer, look at this, we offer low prices in exchange for a commitment to a consistent amount of usage measured per hour. Alright, well I won't be able to do that, but that could be good if you're building like a stock market scanning app or something, you know. Okay, well I tell you what folks, that is fantastic. What a great live stream this has been, because not only did I have my employee of the month, but I had you, and the advice has been absolutely fantastic, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. And you know what? I've gone over my 3 hours. So that's going to do for that. Now I'm moving on to the next thing. They're a good commit. Alright, so what we want to work on next. Let's have a look and see what we got here. I wonder if Simon's still in. He's done a wee bit of work on Trongate, which I really appreciate. How are we doing? Is it a good day or a bad day? Well, we've had 1 star, so it's a good day. It's always a good day when we get a GitHub star. So that's good. Right, let me clear the decks. I am going to work on something else. I think that Simon has left, so I'm probably gonna I'll have a look at his framework updates though, but let's just have a wee look and then we'll see how we feel, right? So I know that he had carried out some framework updates. Here they are here. So this is us. Added the ability to upload a module with no breaking changes. So that was the fix. Inbound variables, destination. Okay. Added upload to module. Oh, he's left examples and everything. Upload file to public files folder, keeping the name of the original file. Example 3, upload files to calling modules assets folder. Got you. That's bloody brilliant. That's bloody brilliant. I don't know where I would be without the guy, you know. Everybody plays their part, you know. I mean, it's not, nobody's better than you. It's not some favoritism bullshit or anything, but I'm just saying that this is absolutely fantastic. What a huge favour. I could not have done this. So you're damn right, we're going to pull that in. That's good. So let's do that then. We'll do a wee bit of work on the old tonne framework and see how we get on with that. I hope the hand is feeling better, by the way. Jeez man, that's a drag, innit? I hope it all turns out okay. Alright. So let's do a wee bit of work on the tonne framework. Now what have I said here? Framework updates. Oh yeah, in a new business, right? Okay, so we'll do the tonne framework stuff. I'm going to CD into I think it's oh gee, ls You know what? I don't think I've got the tonne framework on this computer. How crazy is that? Alright, let's have a look, see if I can get it then. Having said that, maybe I don't need to pull it. Maybe it's already there, isn't it? It is. Allow saved. Aye, it is. It's already there. So here's what we're going to work on then, and this is my next wee thing, probably for about the next hour, right? We are going to work on the tonne learning zone. This thing here. Okay, here we go then. So the first thing I'll do is my opening salvo is I'll bring it up. Okay. I'm gonna update the docs as well. Okay, switch into dark mode. Okay, so I think the best way of doing this is just to build an app and then upload a file using Simon's stuff and then take it from there, you know? That's probably the best way to do this. So let's create a new app, and I'm going to say OK to delete. That's the name of this app. It's going to go here. We're going to generate. Okay, now let's open it up. All right. So I'm going to make a super quick module here. There we go. Now I'm going to create a new task. And there we go. So the next thing that we'll do is we'll do these one at a time. We'll start with the file uploader, then we'll do the picture uploader. So I'm gonna I'll just build the thing first and then I'll do the docs, you know. So if we go to tasks and maybe go here. Okay, this is where the action is going to kick off for us. So we'll change this card to 3 call. Do something like that. I'll say upload file. Okay, so we'll have a wee file uploader here. Now I'll stick to the docs as much as I can. So this is our vibe. Something like that. Good. Now the form location is this. Okay, so now if we refresh, we should have a nice wee upload form here. And we do. Now I'm just going to make absolute sure that we're good. Okay, to delete tasks. Okay, we're not quite there. So the form location is there you go. So that's going to go to submit upload, right? So if we now do that, it takes us here. Now let's look at Simon's excellent notes. Here they are. Oh damn, where's the bit he did with all of the examples? This is it here. So okay, so if we look at the documentation here, we've got this vibe. So we're gonna say submit upload. Let's have a little smug indentation. Okay, now we're doing some security. I don't think we need that. Okay, let me just try something. I think we can make this a wee bit more condensed, you know. So if I'm doing that, it's taking me back, right? I'm pressing upload and it's taking me back. Now why is it taking me back? It's because of this. Now if I comment this out, and then I'm going to say var dump result. Now I'm going to hit this again. So here it is and it just says false. Now supposing we then said validation errors. The file type that you submitted is not allowed. That's a bit tough, right? So let's say, suppose we said required here. Gonna save and refresh. Error, invalid validation rule. Right, so we do have a challenge with this. So what we could do then is let's go to allowed types inside engine. Now you can see we've got a thing on line 112 here. Check is type allowed. Now what we could potentially do is the following. Suppose we took this and this. Okay. So let's just echo target file name with a die statement. So if we hit submit now, so it's saying it's an empty string. Let's say var dump file check value. Okay, now let me see. Set rules, my file. Let's look at validation helper. Let's look at set rules. Now, Okay, it seems to be running in here. Alright, so let's do a little JSON thing on this validation data that we've got. So you can see we've got a key of my file. Now, let's go to run validation tests, and let's var dump validation data test to run. Validate file, that is the name of it. So here's validate file. Now you can see that that's passing in validation data key. So let's var dump validation data key, see what it's got. And the key is called my file. So when we validate file, we take in this key here. Now I'm going to echo key is. I have to really make sure that I've got this thing. Key is my file. Now, that loads up a file validation helper. This file validation helper here we go. So basically this is loading up a big old bunch of stuff. And you know what? I don't want to mess with any of it. I do not want to mess with any of this, so let me undo it. So we're back to square one. However, stay cool, because what we can do then, we know that we've got a key here, so we can do the following. Perfect. So what we're doing now is we're saying remember that the key is called my name, right? So if we echo key or my file, right? So we can say this. In fact, let's do a double condition. I'm kind of curious about something. If I go to tasks show, and then I say JSON files, does it give me an empty array? It does. So we always have a file super global here, right? So on our thing here, if not is set, files key, then there's what we're talking about. Now this is going to be an else if. And the else if not is set that. Else if this here. Perfect. So there's your vibe. And we're going to just say error message is you are required to select a file. Otherwise, you did not select a file. Slightly different. Now, one of the things that I'm curious about is, do we do full stops when we do error messages? I don't know. We do full stops. Excellent. So here we go. Life is good. Are you smiling? 'Cause I'm smiling too. So basically what we're going to do then is we're going to say if is set error message, then so if they've got an error message, we're gonna basically skip all of this and so if we've got an error message, then we go like this, and we can just say return, and we'll chuck our error message in here. Good. Now if that's not the case, we bring on the validation helper. Okay, now I'm going to have a quick word with my employee of the month here. Oops, I forgot to paste it in. Apologies to the web. I don't want to abuse this thing, you know. It's too damn good. Oh, I feel bad. I've submitted a duffer. I mean, I think the code's good. I know that you can use ternary operators and all sorts of bullshit, but ouch. Oh, that model is currently overloaded with requests, so there's a lot of developers. One way to make this easier is by breaking it down into smaller functions. Ah, that's quite good. That's quite good, isn't it? I like it. That's really, really good. I think that's a brilliant answer. And it's more code, but it's good. That's brilliant. And it's so much easier to read, you know. Oh, we have somebody leaving a nice comment. Thank you. Nicolo De Sante, what a cracking name, says, just want to say that I'm using tonne for an 501c3 award database authorization site with documentation. Love the clean ease of use over cake CLI. Well, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And I would love to see what you're working on. So if there's anything out there, do let me know. And you know, I won't show everybody or anything if you want to keep that private. But I would love to see what you are building. Okay. So, this is really, really great. Just look at it. Look how regimented the AI code is. You can feel it, can't you? It's just so darn good. So here's our original one. And as you can see, we require once. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. I think that code's excellent. So what this means then is that in the documentation, I had said you run this bullshit check. Excuse me. But we don't need to do that anymore. We do not need to do it, folks. That's right. Instead, we can actually just submit it, and it should identify if we've not selected anything. So here we go. If we just hit upload, you did not select a file. Oh, it's so good. It's so darn good. Now the other thing as well is that if we go straight to that URL, so that would be submit upload. You know what I've just realised? If we look at this validation helper. Now, let me just echo. Hi! Nothing happens. File helper line 33, invalid directory. Oh, do you know what? I'm on the wrong URL. I'm on the wrong URL. So give me a minute here. We're going to be going to this. Right, so if I copy this, paste it into another URL. It's getting something here that's okay. Let me have a wee look here. So we should be calling this validate files thing. I'm going to JSON files. True. Okay, let me look at allowed types. I don't get how that's submit upload. I don't get why that's saying true. So let me just go here. I think I know what's happening. Aye. I think I know what's happening. So here's what I think is happening. If we go here, and if we go to, let's say here, and just say hello, and do a die statement. It says hello, and all is well, right? Now, if I say this, validation helper, set rules. Now, let's just imagine that we've got a name, and we say that it's required, okay? And then imagine if we say, result is, and we say all of this stuff here, okay? I'm going to echo the word cool. What do you think is going to happen? I never expected that. Okay, let me do a research for CSRF. There should be a that's what it is. Right, here, so right, hold on. Let me go back. Right, so I'm looking at this file here. Do you see how this has got a token? If I hit upload, it says cool, right? Now I'm going to change the token. And now I'm going to hit upload. And as you can see, it takes us back to the home page. So how did that work? Well, in here, okay, we've got a thing called serve controller. And this is called submit. So we have posted something, which is why we do the CSRF block request thing. Now I think that this is at the wrong place, believe it or not. I do. I think that's in the wrong place. I think that should live. Let's have a think here. Yeah, I don't think that should live here. I think that should live on set rules. So let's load up our validation helper. Let's go to set rules. And right here, I'm going to chuck in this CSRF protect thing. So, if I now go here, inspect, change this token, I'm going to submit. Okay, so undefined helper CSRF protect. And what I'm saying is that CSRF protect should not live here. And what the hell is this? Okay, so if I take, let me do a search for these CSRF functions. Right, they're inside the core folder. I believe that is a mistake. They should not be here. These should exist inside the validation helper. To me, that makes far more sense, you know. So if I go down here, go like that. That should be good. So now if I refresh, 685. Private function CSRF protect. Oh, I think I'm trapped somewhere. Hold on. Right, okay. So these are like this here, that's just a function, it's not in a class. So let's do that. Now what that's going to do is, oh no, bad idea. Bad idea. Okay, we are going to have these, but they're going to live inside our class. Here's our class. There you go. And I think they are going to be private. So now if we refresh, there you go. There you go. So what just happened there? Well, we've now taken our cross-site forgery request stuff, which is this. Now check if I change the token. And we've basically just moved it from one place to another. And what that means is, if somebody goes to this straight to submit upload, okay. So So it says here the file name is required. Again, a new URL, the file name is required. So that works, right? But if somebody goes from here and hits upload, oh, you miserable thing. Damn. Why, oh why is it redirecting me? Let's okay. So let's do a little JSON on this post thing just to clarify what we've got here. So we've got submit as upload, right? So what we're doing now is, okay, so we hit upload, you did not select a file, and if we go here, okay. Right, do you see this thing here? This CSRF block request thing. I've got that inside a submit thing. And I don't think it should be inside a submit. I think it should just be like that. So we are going to make sure that they have posted one of those tokens. If they have not, we're going to block them. If they have, we're going to verify it. That's it. That's what we're talking about. And it's one of these situations where as I sit here looking at this, I'm realizing that the system we had was not entirely secure. So if we do that, that's really, really great. This is now starting to look much, much better. Okay, so the CSRF protection is now there. Okay. Now I might need to potentially do more with that in the future, but for now, let's just refresh. Okay, so if things don't go well, we go back to the show page. So here we go, and it says you did not select a file. That's excellent. Okay. So that's much more secure than what we had. Now, this is a good time to look at Simon's notes. That's brilliant. So if we wanted to upload, let's say, to the public, I'll make a files directory here. So we'll have a new folder, we'll call it files. There it is, right? And we basically just go like this. So we copy. Then we go like this. And then we can set the flash data, and I'm going to just send the user back to base URL, tasks, show, and we should have segment 3 here. Is our update ID. So let's now go back here. Looks good. That was a stupid video that I made for Twitter. Nobody liked it, nobody laughed. Aha! The file was successfully uploaded. Now if we look in the files folder, there it is. Now that was making a random file name. If we say make random file name is false, choose the same file, upload. Okay, so now it's saying David Connolly. Now I'm going to do another one. It should call it David Connolly _2. Here we go. It does, it does. Nice job, Simon. Nice job to you. So, and then finally, my connection's a bit dodgy, but finally we have a thing called upload to module. So if we just say upload to module is true, this time now it's going to produce an error because we don't have a files directory there. Which is fine. But if we create our files directory, now we're going to run it again. That's just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Right, so everything that happened there, I'm calling that a framework update. I am calling that a framework update, and I'll do my own wee tweaks and combine them with Simon's. So it's Tongate -framework, right? So let me just cd into Tongate -framework. I'm going to do git pull. Okay, so I think before I go crazy with this, I should probably look at the picture uploader as well. So as we look at our engine folder, picture uploader is a similar type of vibe, except it calls the image helper. Now, did Simon do any tweaks to the image helper? He did not. Which is a shame. Okay, so he added a wee space. It's a shame he's not in it. What he's done there is so good. It's really, really just so good. Okay, good. So we have indeed pulled this thing in, and that's kind of cool. So now I'm going to open up Source Tree. Let's open the tonne framework. So that's Simon's pull request there. So what I'm going to do then is okay. I've done some changes to the way that the CSRF protection works. So I'm going to head to what the hell is the name of my folder? What the hell is the name of this thing? OK to delete. Okay, so let's go to OK to delete. I'm going to copy this engine, find where the tonne framework lives, and let's just paste in. Good. Now back over to source tree. Excellent. So here's the changes that just happened. The CSRF Protect has now moved from core to something. Validation helper has been kind of simplified. Okay, core. Core and validation helper. Give me a minute. Alright, let's be meticulous here. So, I changed the core. Then I changed the validation helper. Okay, now let's go back here, see what we got. So this time we've moved the CSRF protection across basically. We're dealing with missing files a bit more gracefully. And we've also got Simon's file uploader working really well. Okay. Improve file uploader. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's our commit right here. So I am going to head and oh, that's not going to work. I can't push from that thing. So if I say get status, I need to do it from here. Cool. So we've just updated the tonne gate framework. Let's now head into let's head to the page here. Gonna go to releases. Oh geez, I just noticed something else. I just realised something else. Yeah, we need to update the engine number. Okay. Okay, good. Updated. License. No. .33042. Okay. Staging all. There we go. This is what I have to do, you know. So we should be one ahead. So we send it up to the sky. Okay, so now we are going to go to release notes or releases. Hello, wee Coco. Hang on a second. All right, Coco. Come, hang on. Hello there. Come on in. Come on in here. Where have you been? Where have you been? You must be freezing. Oh, you must be freezing cold. Come on and hang out with me. All right, there we go. There's a good wee heat. Okay. Oh, holy moly. What an incredible update has just come in the chat room, ladies and gentlemen. One of our insiders giving us breaking news. Hiru tells us Google is about to fire its 1,500 employees. Surely it's got more than that. Is this happening because of ChatGPT? I never knew that. That's a breaking news story, but I really appreciate you letting us know that. And that's terrible, terrible news, you know. I really, really feel like yesterday, Microsoft announced it's sacking 11,000 employees. The day before, somebody else was sacking 10,000. The big tech companies are just sacking everybody, and it's insane. And it's terrible, because that means more homeless people, more tents on the street, more drug addicts. There's nothing good about this. I don't know if it's to do with ChatGPT. I really have no idea. But in any event, that's terrible, terrible news. Right? Write a release note for a PHP framework. The new version has improved CSR. It has the CSRF protection and also a better file uploader. Write a GitHub. Oh, that's terrible news about Google. I mean, it really is, you know. Terrible. I think I know how this is going to play out. Everything is connected, you know. Oh, and it's just so sad. Because everybody's going to be following them, you know. All of the other tech companies. Oh, damn. You know, Google, say what you want about Google, but it's not Facebook, you know. Those are some talented people over there. And it's just, it's a shame. I actually have a friend who works in Google. I have problems with certain words, you know. But I think he'll be okay. He's quite high up, you know. But terrible news. Actually, I don't know if he's still there. I haven't heard from him in about 10 years. Maybe he's moved on. I'll look him up. Anyway. V 1.3 point. Okay. Okay. There we go. So that's it. And again, we have to say a huge thanks to Simon for that. That was outstanding work there from him. I'm just the front man because I'm so damn good looking and charming and friendly, you know. But Simon has definitely done a lot of legwork with this framework, and as have many others. And we must never forget that. Thank you so much to the great Simon, the godfather of speed coding. Okay, so we've done a wee bit of work on the framework. We've done a wee bit of work on the comparison site. I hope I'm giving you value for money. How about you, Coco? You getting good value for your money? Do you think the live stream's working? Is it going okay? It's going okay. Let's now move on to another project. I want to throw as much at this day as I possibly can. Now, what did I say here? Comparison site, framework updates. What else did we have? New business site, etc. Right, I am going to work on the new business website for the next 2 hours. Coco, would that be okay? Could you handle 2 hours? Okay, 1 hour. Could you handle 1 hour? Let's do 1 hour then. Alright. We're going to do 1 hour on my latest new business. So, would you folks give me a few minutes, because it's over on another computer and I need to bring it across here. So if you could give me a wee bit of time to do that, that would be fantastic. And then I'll spend an hour or so working on my latest new business venture, which I'm delighted to show you folks. And that'll be that, you know. So stay cool, stay with me, and I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right. Well, I wonder if anybody can hear me. You have just witnessed a world first because I started this stream on my Windows computer at the other side of the room there, and I've just moved over to my Apple computer, and I wasn't sure if I could if I could pull that off, but it would appear that I have, which is kind of good. So I'm really, really quite excited about this, I have to tell you. And now I'm going to do about an hour, maybe an hour and a half of design work, something like that. And this is going to be a wee bit of work on my latest venture. And I hope that this one works, you know. Now just give me a wee second and I'll okay. Right, excellent. Well, that's really cool. It actually worked. So this is going to be a wee venture of that I've kind of planned for in the past, but I haven't really ever finished it. And of course, this is the year when we finish stuff. So it's going to be a wee bit of design work here and maybe a wee bit of web development if I have time. Now, I'm going to take you into the welcome folder here to start this one off. And I did have a design before that I quite liked, but the code, you see the way it loads up, that's not good, and that was not deliberate, by the way. I don't want that effect at all, you know. So what I'm doing then, you see that horrible effect there, right? I mean, it kind of looks quite cool, I suppose, but it's not really, I don't think it brings anything good to the table at all, you know. So what I'm going to do then is I'm refactoring it. I'm refactoring it using TronGate CSS, and you can see that this is loading like a bullet this time, right? So that's what we're going to do, and here we go. Now, if we look at views, we've got, okay, this is calling a template here, a custom template, which I have called Deep Blue. Here is Deep Blue, and you can see it's really, really fast loading. So what I'm going to do then is add on, we've got 1, 2, 3, we've got 4 different things to add on to this page here, you know. So if we think about how that could work, let's see how this could work here. Now let me think for a minute. Okay, so what we could do is this is our section that we've called Impress here, right? So suppose we said, let's have a div, and let's give our div an ID, and we'll just call it extra HP pics. Okay, extra HP pics. So these are pictures that will exist on the home page. Now there's going to be 2 rows, okay, so I'm going to say div times 2, and each row is going to have 2 pictures, so one here and one here. And then we do the same again with this vibe. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. Now, let's add the actual pictures onto this thing. In order to do that, I need to get the names of these things. So if we take this one here, actually, it's not even happening for me. Let me do a hard reload. Ah, hold on a minute. There we go. So we've got dog, we've got glasses, 2, pen, plant. Okay, let's just do this. So that would be this one is called, well, it doesn't matter what it's called. But in any event, now I can see we've got the plant on the top right. I can see we've got the glasses over on the bottom left. And I can see that we've got the pen on the bottom right. Okay, now if we refresh this, okay, so there's our images. The dog, the plant, the glasses and the pen, right? So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna add in, I'm just gonna hard code an opacity of, let's just say 0.4. Now this will eventually be 0, but the idea is that when the page loads, nobody's gonna see this stuff, right? Actually, might as well keep it at 1 for the moment. So what we'll do then is a little bit of style magic here. So I'm going to say style. Now we are talking about this little beauty here. And I'm going to say that this one has a display type of flex and a flex direction of column. Now that's going to stack those pics. It won't actually make much difference. But now we're going to say that if we have a containing thing, let's give it a wee border of red solid. That's going to give us this. Now each of these containing things are going to have a display type of flex with a flex direction of row, which gives us this. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say that the position is absolute, and then we're going to say that the width is 100 VH. Let's say that the top is 0, and we'll say that the left is 0. Okay, I meant to say VW there. I wonder if I could just say %. There we go. Okay, so what has happened here? We've got I'll make this border a bit bigger. Okay, so inside each div, each of these ones, there is another div. Now I'm going to say border is 5 pics, cyan solid. So you can now see how that's kicking in, right? The next thing we'll do is we'll say that if we happen to be dealing with this vibe here, and if it's an image, then the max width is 100%. Not now, Coco. Alright, hold on a second, will you? Oh, Coco, you're some character. Right, I need to stay here. You do what you want. Okay. Now, I want to just add some slightly. Oh, geez, hold on. I got a wee bit lost there. Yeah, I'm going to add some colours. So nth child 1, let's make the background colour yellow. Okay. Just some horrible colours. Okay. Okay. Now, right, you see this position absolute thing? That applies to this container up here, which gives us this. Now, the next thing we're going to do is okay. Now let me just try something. Align item center, and then I'm going to say justify content space between, and then if I said flex start, it moves everything up to the top. Okay, cool. Now let's get rid of these crazy colours here. They did not help one bit. Right. So I'm going to say if we're talking about this one, which is the one with the dog, you know. Oh, maybe not. There you go, that's the dog, right? So let's just get these things all figured out so we know what they are. The second one here is the pen. No, pardon me. It's the okay, so this thing here is going to have a display type of flex direction of row. Oh, I'm so damn mixed up. Do you know what? It doesn't happen much. let's just pretend that that never even happened. I'm going to try again. So right, let me do this again. Okay, so I'm going to say display is flex, flex direction is row. There we go. So we've got the... Where the hell is the laptop? Oh no, it's the pen. Ah, right, okay, got you. Right, okay, cool. Now the image, all of the images should have a max width of 100% and a height of auto. All of them. Now, with our direct descendant divs, let's say the border is 1 pix red solid. So this is now what we're looking at here. Which is making me realise that this should be column. That's right. But this should be a flex direction of row. Right, now we've got a gig. So now I'm going to say top is 0, left is 0, position is absolute, width is 100. Then for each and every one of these little beauties, the border is 3 pix cyan solid. Now we're going to say justify content space between. That sends them to either side of the screen. And we can also say align items. If I say flex end, it goes down. But if I say flex start, it goes up. Perfect. So now that that has happened, I'm going to style each and every one of these things to perfection. So here we go then. Let's just say that if we're talking about nth child 1, I'll give it a background colour of pink. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Here we go. That's more like it. So that's the dog, you know. This is well, we'll figure it out in a minute. But here we go. Background colour, let's do orange. I'll try lime. Okay, so we've got orange, lime, this bizarre coral colour, And then that one over there. Right, perfect. So what I'm going to do then is, there's an old saying or a phrase you've heard, mobile first, you know. So let's do some media queries. It's this vibe here. So let's just say minimum width is 1 pixel. In that situation, this thing is going to have a display type of none. So that's that now gone. Additionally, this top margin here, this one, which is called top nav, that is also going to go. There you go. Pretty cool, right? Now, looking at this, I don't think that looks too good on a mobile device. So we've got this thing called bunched up, you know. So let me copy this selector. So there's what it's called. Excellent. So we've now got rid of those on a small screen, okay? Alright, so now what we're going to do is we're going to gradually make the screen bigger. And the vibe is you always start with the mobile devices, you know. So here we are, and we're just going to slowly bring this thing up. Now there's going to be a point where we can probably get away with adding those pictures back. Let's say something like 900. So let's do this. And here, okay, give me a wee minute. Dot bunched. It's a grid, right? It's a grid. Glad I looked that up. So what we do then is at 900, this thing becomes a grid. So you'll see that the stuff appears. Here we go again. So we're gradually moving it up. And there it is. Now, I think there's a case for adding a bit of margin there. So this is this deep blue.css. And you can see we've got a thing called top margin. Okay, so I'm going to add in a few other things here. Let's have a top margin 2. Let's have a 3. And let's have a 4. Let's just make a more meaningful top margin, right? So if we refresh, you'll see that it bunched right up there if you were looking closely. So now we're going to say top margin hyphen, I'll try 3. Let's try 2. Perfect. You can kind of feel it, you know, when you've got this right. So boom, there you go, and that is perfect. Now, there's going to be a size when all of our stuff reappears. Let's make it, this is a big screen. I'll try, let's see. I would say probably about 1700. Okay. So back to the media queries. It's 1700. And the display type is going to go back to flex here. Boom, there they are. You'll see them disappear, and there they reappear. Okay. Now another thing to keep in mind here is that at some point our top nav is going to have to reappear as well. The top nav has a display type of flex. So let's make it so that the top nav reappears at 900. So if we make this really small, there's our, right, so we've got no top nav, but watch, there's the top nav reappeared. Actually, I don't know what the hell's going on with that. Oh, do you know what it is? Top nav. Well, of course. Top nav is display flex. Here we go. Boom. Now you can see it's not quite working there, so I reckon we're probably going to have to go to I'm going to go to, I think I'm going to go to 1100. That will give me a wee margin of error, you know. Okay, so here we go. There it is. Look at the top nav. And as we go smaller, boom. That's perfect. And then these things appear. So, right around here, I think it's 1700. Okay, so the home page picks things appear, And then this is a bit confusing for me, so I'm just going to call this dog div, and this one is going to be plant div. This is going to be glasses div. Oh, actually container. So glasses and then pen. All right. Okay, so moving up here, let's just say ID is dog container. ID. Oh jeez, forgive me, I'm on an Apple. ID is plant container. ID is glasses container. And ID is pen container. Okay. Now, I'm seeing a lot of crazy colours. So the dog is orange, the plant, the pen, the glasses is not happening though. Oh, it's because we need a hyphen. Okay, good. Good. Right. So let's now get all of these things looking just perfect. So here's how we do this. Let's just say dog container, glasses container, plant container, pen container. All of them are going to have a display of none, apart from this little beauty here. So now all I have to do is position this dog, and I have all the time in the world and everything. So I suppose the question then is, well, how do you do that? So let me just make it so that it's really, really faint. This is my starter for 10. So, pardon me, if I can I'll tell you what, let's just take a lucky guess. So I'll say top is 120 pixels. Let's say position is relative. There we go. Now I'm going to say that the maximum width is 120. Okay, this is good. Okay, let's try 240. Good. Now I'm going to say that the left is 90. I'm just making this up. Right, I think that's quite good. I do believe that that's kind of good. So when we do that, boom, there it is. Now let's get rid of that border that we don't need. Okay, so the wee dog reappears. And all is well. So that takes care of the wee dog. Now we are going to deal with the plant. Okay. I'll do the same type of vibe. Except this is going to be right instead of left. There we go. And I think that's kind of good. I could probably do with... I think I could make it a bit bigger. So let's make it 160 with a maximum width of 270. That was a mistake. That'd be 120. Yeah, there we go. That's good. That's really good. Okay, so the next interesting little artifacts. Well, we'll do the glasses next. So the glasses will bear a striking resemblance to the dog. That's pretty cool. Now, what we want to do with these, right? Okay, so we want to tilt these. Okay, so the way that we tilt is we say transform, rotate. Oh geez. Rotate minus 45. Okay, that's cool. So all I have to do now is get it just positioned, you know. Now we can make them a bit wider. And then okay. Don't know if that's even working, to be honest with you, but it's the best I can do with the materials I have. Now, the next thing we've got is a pen. Pen is a similar type of gig. Except with a pen, all right. Okay, I think that'll do me. So on a small screen, we're like that, and on a bigger screen, there they are. Okay, so now we're going to continue making this screen bigger and bigger and try and get it looking decent. So I would say that at this point it looks slightly ridiculous, right? So when we get to, let's see, now that looks okay, that looks okay, that looks okay. Right, this point it's starting to look slightly ridiculous here. slightly ridiculous. So that is let's say 1840. So doesn't have to be too complicated, you know. I think I can probably get away with just making everything a wee bit bigger. Okay, so as we head up to I think I said 1840. Okay, so that is about here. So the first thing, let's just get these sizes right. The pen's got to be much bigger. There you go. And I can probably bring the pen down a wee bit. Now if you look at the previous top position for the pen, that is, you'll see that it's at 270 with a left of 200. So now we're going to say maybe 290. Yep. Or maybe even a wee bit more. And we'll move it like 10 pixels over. Oops. Wrong way. Okay, cool. Now let's make the glasses go much bigger here. Now the glasses are here. So we're going to say left is 150, maybe even 130. Top is something like that. Okay, that's cool. So we're doing this. Let's just slowly bring it to life. So there they are. There's our resize, you saw it happening. Now when we get to about this size, let's call it 1900. I'm sure there's another way of doing this, but I haven't got time to learn it. 1900. So what we're going to see here, well, now I think the dog should go bigger. So this time we'll head to the dog and make it like, let's try 290. Yeah, that's kind of cool. The plant is also going to be maybe 310. Yep, that's quite good. And funnily enough, I think the glasses and the pen probably need to come down a wee tiny bit. Okay, cool. So that's our next checkpoint. Now, at this stage, let's go here. So that's I'll call it 2-1. 2-100's fine. Alright, so with this one, the pen is gonna go there. Nah, that's too much. Okay, that might be about it. And then finally, we've got the completely ridiculous size. And what I think I'm going to do with that is, see this extra HP picks thing? I reckon I can chuck in max width of something like 2000, and then margin 0 auto. Oh, you miserable thing. So I could do that, and then we'll make the max width yeah, that might work. It's a bit mad, isn't it? It's a wee bit mad, but could be worse, you know. So what screen size is this? Alright, I would say 2170. I'll call it 2200. That's my final. Aye, 2200 is my final offering. So with this one, alright, let's sort this pen out. Alright, I think that's about it. So, the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this selector here. Ah, jeez. Okay, so for each of these divs, if I say opacity is 0.2, they all kind of hide, but what I really want to do is I want to say that the transition is 0.6 seconds. Now if I've done this right, it means that I thought it was going to mean we get a nice smooth movement. Well, maybe we don't. Anyway, extra HP pics is going to have an opacity of 0. Actually, it's going to have a display type of none. So when this page loads, we don't even see that stuff. However, it's JavaScript to the rescue. Window, add event listener, load. Now, let's also give it an opacity of 0. I really want to hide this stuff. But when the thing loads, we are gonna select these little beauties here. So const extra HP pics is document, get element by ID of that. We're gonna say extra HP pics dot style dot opacity is 1, then dot style dot display equals flex. So you can see that there's a wee bit of a delay there. If we wanted to be super cool, we could add in a transition. Would you know what? Pardon me, let me do that again. Now why, oh why is it doing that? I think we have to say display is flex, then opacity is 1. Ah, to hell with it. Well, so much for that. Anyway, now I'll get rid of the crazy colours. They have served their purpose. Alright, cool. Not perfect, not by a long shot, but it'll do me. Now I wonder if anybody's here. Or if I'm all by myself, you know? Let me have a look and see. Okay, alright, I'm here. Cool. Right, so that's that. Now I want to do the rest of this page. So this is it. I've just got some placeholder content here, which is actually bullshit content. There's pretty much no way that I want to use that, but let me copy a few of these. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're now dealing with the rest of this thing. And okay, so it's these sections here. Let's hit copy. Head up here. So there's our first section. It's actually our headers right there. Now here is the main section. I think I'm going to do an include here. So just to make everything clear, I'll just say include main section content just for the moment. And I'll just say main section content.php. Which gives us that. So oh, it looks like I've done something cool here at some point. I might bring that back later, that looks quite good. Our services and all that. Now that headline is kind of embarrassing, isn't it? Okay, so this has got a class by the name of hint of blue alt. Let's find it. Well, there's not much happening. let's try this one. Okay, so this is called Blue Wave. Right, there's no way I'm going through all of that shit. Let me just do this the cool way. So, see if I just say return. I wonder. Well, don't you just love PHP? So we'll do these one thing at a time then. There's a horrible yellow colour that has to go. There we go. Now, okay, the content is garbage, but I'm not really tuning into that, if you know what I mean. So this is a thing here, and main section content. So if I go like this, okay. Right, so this part here, there's no way that I had it looking as crappy as that. There must have been another form or something like that there. Well, I'm not seeing anything. Well, not to worry. Let's keep on going. So then we've got this how company name can help you thing going on. Okay. So for that, okay, so we end up with this vibe. Now I'm going to right click and inspect. So this is a thing by the name of silver-strip. Which is at line 287. Okay, and okay. Alright, so that did actually work there. Now, looking ahead, I can see we've got a thing by the name of two-way. So that does that. This is not too bad, you know. Okay. Now after that we've got the footer. And for the footer, well, it's a pretty simple thing, isn't it? So okay. So there's our footer. Now I'm going to give the footer a minimum height of 200 pixels. And inside the footer, let's have a little container. So we get something like that. Now the footer is going to have some text with a colour that's just a wee bit off-white. So okay, that's cool. Now the only thing about this that I'm not 100% into is that this colour here is a bit weak. I want it to be jet black, you know. So I'm looking at the body section and it says colour 555. We are going to change that by saying that the colour is just pure jet black. There you go. There you go. Boom. You know what? It doesn't work. I think maybe that vibe should maybe go here. Right, it works there because it makes that stand out, but too much here and it doesn't balance with the images, you know. We could probably, having said that, we could probably take it to something like all the threes. Something like that. That looks good. Okay, that's it. That is it. I'm loving that. Right, so this is me just mapping out a page here. It doesn't have to be perfect. But now, how do I create a submit button that submits the input information? Are you using tonne? You just... see where it says, how can I help you? Look, I'm going into PHP. I'm going to echo. Now, do you want the submit button submits the info? Okay, so you just say form submit, submit, and then you do that. And that's it. There it's there. Okay. Is that cool? I hope so. Alright, well, I'm feeling quite good about this. Like I say, I'm mapping it out, you know. Now, so now that I've done that. I'm going to build a register page, or let's call it a join page, something like that, you know. Something like that. And you can see that I've actually started on one of these. However, this is probably going to change. So let me reference the tonne website. And we're back down to 731. So somebody had given us a star, and then they changed their mind. Yeah, that's really going to hold us up, you know. Oh, what a tragedy. Okay. So, I don't like that join page because it doesn't really spell out that you can do the social media auth thing, you know. So let's have a think about something. If we think about the OpenAI, you know, they've got the world record for the most sign-ups in a short period of time. So they must be doing something right. Now if I click that, okay. Right, I'm going to do something that's a bit like that. So we'll say new folder, join. Now, building these social auth things is a lot of work, so there's pretty much zero chance that I'll get that done today. Computer, set alarm for 20 minutes. Computer, set alarm for 20 minutes.
20 minutes, starting now. By the way, if you need more time, just say snooze when your timer is waiting and I'll add another 5 minutes.
Alright, so I'm going to focus on basically getting it looking decent, you know. So I'll say data view file is join. Alright. Alright, let's put a join page together quick. Okay, now what is a nice background colour for a sign up page? I want a colour. Hello. Hi, how you doing? I'm great. Aye, well it's 7, right? Okay, that's cool. Aye, so I'm just in. Yep. Okay. Right. Okay. That's excellent. That's excellent. Okay then. Well, I will. I'm going to finish live streaming at 7:30, and then I'll get ready. Okay. All right. All right. Cheerio now. Bye. Could you give me a few examples of the lighter colours in hex format? Here we go. Nice. Okay, let's try them. So for the body, we're going to say background colour is that. Now I should probably think about the page. I actually like that colour. It's a darn good colour. Right, it's the colour World Cup. This versus this. First one wins. First one goes through to the next round. Now it's going to be this versus. Let's do a light blue. No, I'll do a light green. Okay, so this versus that. Not still the best. Let's do this one. Nah, too weak. This is still the best. That one's pretty good. That one looks the same. I think these are really similar. Alright, well I'm going to go with this colour. So let's now think about a join page, what it's going to look like. Okay. Okay, So probably I could say login container. Yeah, that would be good. Okay, so that's what we're going to do then, right? So the body is going to have text align center. I'll say margin 0, height 100 VH, padding 0, maybe make that minimum height. Okay, now I'll say also that display is flex, align item center, justify content center. So that puts a wee dot right in the middle of this page here. Now I'm going to say that the login container is going to have a background color that is white, and it's going to have a width of 96%, but a maximum width of 640. That's too narrow, that one. I'll say 640. Okay, now let's give it a border radius. Let's give it some padding. Okay, and now let's give it a nice big font size. And then, so here we've got, this is going to be our social auth buttons. So they'll go here. And then underneath that, where does my page keep disappearing to? Oh, here it's here. So underneath that, how did I do this? Alright, well, if I go like this and copy this little beauty, and then there's actually a class called alternatively, which does this. So now if we refresh, there's our thing there. So okay, so we have a wee form here. So this is going to say Okay, cool. Now let's make it so that these labels have got a text align of left. Okay. So it's going to be first name, last name, alright, that's good. Let's do a wee submit button. Now, this this form where on earth is it? Yeah, the form should also have a text align of left, but the submit button I think I'll make that full width just for a wee bit of fun. Okay. Maybe give it alright, that'll do. So that's going to be that, and we're then going to add in these social auth buttons here, which I'm really quite chuffed with. This took ages, you know. So let me just inspect. And cool. That's what we're talking about. Now, this stuff here goes like this. Just spacing it out so it's a wee bit clearer. I'm going to give them a cancel button. So this is going to have a class of button alt. Now, where our button has got a width of 100, I'm also going to say that anything with a class of button has also got a width of 100. Or anything with a class of alt, or a link with a class of alt, or a link with a class of button. Oh jeez, what are we doing? What are we doing? There we go. I'll even make it the same size. Okay. Now let's get these nice colours done. Something like that, you know. Computer, stop. Right, that's my alarm, so I'm going to have to wrap this one up. I hope you have enjoyed this live stream. I'll just finish off these colours right now. It should hopefully only take a few minutes. And then, well, I guess that's going to be it for this week's live stream. I do hope that you have enjoyed this. So what we've got here is our social auth buttons. And I'm just going to say that if we've got a link, then the text decoration is none. That gets rid of that underline, you know. Now the only thing that's not too cool is the way that it's hovering here. So let's see if we can do something about that. I can't actually see anything, and I can't be bothered looking around the CSS, so I am gonna cheat, and this is how you do it. If I just There we go. So I'm saying Google button hover, background color becomes that. So here we go. I'm hovering and you can see it's gone a wee bit darker. And then the border is 1 pix that solid. There you go. That's good. So I'm going to do the same for the Twitter button, the GitHub button, and the Facebook button. Okay, so let's get these hovers happening. For the Twitter, we're going to grab, head a wee bit darker. That'll do it. Okay. There you go. So for the GitHub one, well, let's just make it go pure black. Or maybe just nearly black. There you go. So for the Facebook one, good. Now we are going to say for the social auth buttons, let's just say if we're dealing with social auth buttons and there is a button, now let me just, okay, cool. So all I'm going to do is I'll just say transition is 0.6, maybe 0.3. There you go. And my final trick, absolute final trick, is I'm going to add in a drop shadow. Now I've got a nice one here. So this whole thing is called login container. Here it is. Chuck in our wee drop shadow. And there it is. Oh, I almost forgot. Let's get these icons happening. Now, you can see we've got a wee bit of font awesome action here. So I'm going to bring in font awesome. There you go. That's pretty cool. So now let's just add in a little text align left. And then for our font awesomes, I'll say that the margin right is 3M or maybe 1M. Alright, I think that'll do. So there you go, and you know what? I don't like that big cancel button. They can use their browser button. If you don't know how to do that, then they're out of luck. So that is our site so far. We're going to have that, and then we're going to have a sign up that looks like that. As I'm looking at this, as much as I like that colour, I think maybe we should do something that matches this. Oh, it breaks my heart. Yeah, I like the colour, but it's just got nothing in common with the website is the problem, you know? Okay, so if I do something like that. Alright, well I think that's going to do us. Thank you so much again for being here, folks. It's been a pleasure and a privilege. That's pretty much that. And in the next little sesh, which might be tomorrow, I'm going to get this login thing working somehow. And then I'm going to do the back end system. I have an idea for what this is going to do. Alright, well thank you very much indeed for being here. Gia, you're more than welcome, my friend. It's really great to have you here. John, it's been a while. Is that John from England? No? Anyway, I just to let anybody know who's interested, I live stream every day. It's just that Saturday's the public day, you know. But I live stream on YouTube every day. There is no need to code alone even, or along. And there's a private members area you can join. I think it's $5 a month or something like that, and it helps to keep me fed, you know. So you're welcome to come on board. Great programmer. It's certainly great to see you, and I hope you're doing well. Alright, well I think that's about us, folks. What a fantastic day it has been. Again, I will probably, we cannot be too sure about these things, but I'm hoping that I can be on the live stream tomorrow. I don't see any reason why not, actually. So I look forward to that, and you're very welcome to come along, anybody who's on board the private members area. My vibe this year, and you're welcome to steal this idea, I've basically got 2 rules for this year, and I hope it works. But the first rule is when you start something, you finish it. You know? Simple as that. And the second rule is, what the hell's the second rule? I think it's if the first rule doesn't work. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, I know that I've got my screen hidden here. 2 seconds. There we go. Right, 2 seconds just before I wrap up. Okay, so it just occurred to me there just before I was going that the colour's not quite right, so I'm going to sample this colour. Might as well do it right, you know. So, just before I get this right, that is indeed our colour. So if I do that, do you see how I added these extra numbers on? That acts as an opacity thing. Most people think that those hex things are just 6 numbers, but you can actually add an extra 2 in, and that's all I'm doing there, okay? Right, so that truly is us. I hope that that matches up. Right, that's your whack. Okay. Once again, thank you so much for being here. Stay cool. I hope to see you tomorrow. If not, then I'll probably be here next Saturday as long as nothing catastrophic happens. Thank you once again. Stay cool, and I'll see you soon.